What if the whispers of the dead could reveal the truth about the living? In the flickering shadows of ancient Rome, where marble statues loomed like watchful sentinels, the air thickened with secrets that transcended the mortal coil. The citizens, draped in togas, shuffled through bustling markets and grand amphitheaters, their laughter echoing against the stone. Yet a nagging unease lurked beneath their revelry. They feasted and worshipped, but what visions of the afterlife lay hidden in the depths of their minds? Unearthly fires flickered in the distance, illuminating paths to realms unknown. The Romans believed in a world beyond this one, a place where souls were judged and fated to wander. Each tomb, meticulously crafted, was a portal to eternity, where loved ones could remain connected, their essence lingering like a haunting melody. Yet, who could say what awaited them on the other side? Were the departed welcomed by divine arms, or were they cast into shadows perpetually? In temples adorned with gold and marble, priests whispered incantations, invoking the favor of gods whose whims were as unpredictable as the tides of the Tiber River. Oracles were consulted, and omens were dissected, each harbinger a thread in the vast tapestry of fate. But even as the faithful prostrated themselves before statues of Jupiter and Pluto, beneath the grandeur of their pantheon lay a chilling truth. The afterlife was a labyrinth, filled with trials and tribulations far beyond mortal comprehension. As twilight descended over the city, the streets transformed. Lanterns flickered to life, casting long, eerie shadows that danced with the specters of the past. The cries of the living mingled with the soft echoes of the lost, their haunting voices drifting through the night air. Did the souls of the deceased wander among them, watching, waiting, yearning to share their stories? Each whispered name carried the weight of a memory, a life cut short, a fate unfulfilled. The living clung to rituals and offerings, desperate for a glimpse of the beyond, hoping to appease the spirits and secure their own passage into the afterlife. But as the moon hung low, veiled in clouds, an unsettling doubt crept into the hearts of the faithful. What if the gods were indifferent? What if the eternal promise was nothing more than a mirage? The tension crackled, thick as the smoke from burning incense, as the lines between life and death blurred, each heartbeat echoing the pulse of an ancient civilization grappling with its mortality. As the night deepened, a storm gathered on the horizon, heralding change. In the flicker of lightning, the specter of doubt loomed larger than ever, casting shadows that reached into the very fabric of Roman belief. What lay ahead for those who dared to confront the mysteries of existence? The answer was a chilling enigma, waiting to be unveiled, where faith, fear, and the haunting allure of the afterlife intertwined, shaping destinies in ways none could foresee. The Romans stood on the precipice, their eyes turned toward the darkness, hearts racing with the unquenchable thirst for answers that lingered just beyond their grasp. In the dim light of a flickering torch, a Roman priest stands before a grand altar, the air thick with the scent of incense and the whispers of ancient gods. His heart pounds, not just from the weight of ritual, but from a deep-rooted fear that the favor of the divine could shift with the breeze. This priest, adorned in flowing robes, embodies a tradition steeped in centuries of belief, but around him, the world is changing, and he knows it. The echoes of past sacrifices still linger, but the future looms, uncertain and restless. As the sun rose over the Tiber River, it painted the city with hues of gold and crimson, awakening the spirits of old. Romans were not born into a single faith. Rather, they inherited a mosaic of beliefs stitched together from the rich tapestries of their ancestors, the Etruscans and Greeks. From the moment Romulus and Remus were said to be suckled by a she-wolf, the foundations of Roman religion began to take shape, a patchwork of myths that would entwine with the very essence of Roman identity. Through the ages, the gods offered protection to the city, each deity representing a piece of everyday life. Jupiter, the king of gods, ruled the heavens with a mighty thunderbolt, while Juno, his fierce wife, guarded the sanctity of marriage and women. Mars, the embodiment of war, stood as a reminder of the city's fierce determination. From the earliest days, the Romans feared the wrath of these gods, believing their fortunes were woven into the fabric of divine favor. Yet, as the Republic expanded, so did its pantheon. No longer confined to the local deities, Romans began to embrace foreign gods, absorbing the essence of their conquests. The sacred rites of Egypt whispered tales of Isis, while the mysteries of the East enticed with the promise of salvation. The once homogeneous belief system began to splinter as different cultures collided, creating a cacophony of devotion. Temples dedicated to new gods sprouted alongside the ancient ones, and the streets thrummed with the pulse of devotion and doubt. In the bustling forum, where political discourse and religious fervor intertwined, the tension was palpable. The Senate decreed the importance of maintaining the Pax Deorum, the peace of the gods. To the Romans, this was not just a matter of belief. It was a matter of survival. They understood that the favor of the gods could lead to prosperity, while their anger could spell disaster. Political leaders, cloaked in togas, would turn to the skies during ceremonies, hoping for omens that would guide their decisions, each sign interpreted with bated breath. But as the empire grew, so did the complexities of faith. The arrival of Christianity was like a thunderclap in a clear sky, shaking the very foundations of Roman belief. A humble carpenter's teachings began to spread like wildfire, igniting hope and fear in equal measure. The message of love and forgiveness clashed violently with the staunch adherence to traditional Roman values. The temples that once echoed with the chants of devotion now faced the unsettling silence of doubt. The persecution of Christians revealed the empire's struggle as the old ways clashed fiercely with the new. Martyrs stood strong, their faith tested in the face of brutal punishment, yet their stories resonated deeply among the oppressed. The narratives of sacrifice and redemption painted a stark contrast to the blood-stained glories of the Roman pantheon, and a flicker of belief began to ignite within the hearts of many. With each passing decade, Christianity evolved from a clandestine sect into a formidable force. The Edict of Milan in 313 AD marked a turning point, granting Christians the right to worship openly, shattering the chains of oppression. The once feared gods of Rome began to fade into the shadows. Temples that once thrummed with the energy of countless sacrifices stood silent, their altars cold, as the faithful turned toward the cross. As emperors converted, the tides of faith shifted further. Constantine's baptism marked a seismic shift in the religious landscape of Rome, and suddenly, those who once worshipped in secret found themselves in positions of power. The city that had once feared the wrath of myriad gods now pledged allegiance to a single deity. The Council of Nicaea in 325 AD forged new doctrines, unifying believers under a common creed and shaping Christianity's future. Yet, even as the old gods receded, remnants of ancient beliefs lingered, like whispers in the wind. Festivals that celebrated the harvest became infused with Christian meaning, as symbols merged and transformed. The winter solstice, once a tribute to Saturn, now transformed into Christmas, a celebration of Christ's birth. The old ways did not vanish. They morphed, adapting to the relentless march of time. In the quiet corners of the empire, secrets still lingered, and some clung to their ancestral beliefs. Cults of Mithras thrived, with their enigmatic rites and the promise of resurrection. The remnants of Roman religion, though overshadowed by the rising tide of Christianity, held a stubborn grip on the hearts of many. The struggle between the old and the new continued, a battle of ideologies that would shape the course of history. As dusk fell over Rome, the flickering lights of candles illuminated the temples and churches alike, casting shadows that danced across the cobblestones. The city was a reflection of its beliefs, vibrant, chaotic, and deeply interwoven with the threads of faith. The priest at the altar felt the pull of history tugging at his heart, a reminder of the gods who once ruled the skies and the new faith that now spread like wildfire across the empire. The old and the new, entwined in a delicate balance, created an unyielding tension, a tension that would resonate for centuries to come. In the grand narrative of Roman religion, every belief, every ritual held importance, a testament to the evolution of a people. As night cloaked the city, the heart of Rome beat on, a tapestry of devotion woven from the threads of history, each strand a promise, a prayer, a plea. And within that eternal pulse, the echoes of the past continued to whisper, urging the faithful, the curious, and the lost to seek, to question, to believe. The story was not yet complete. It was ever-changing, always alive, and the next chapter awaited. Under the vast Italian sky, shadows danced across the ancient earth, whispering tales of a forgotten time. In the flickering light of a crackling fire, the air was thick with the scent of burning herbs and the sweet tang of smoke. It was here, long before the rise of Rome, that the Etruscans and the Italic tribes wove a tapestry of beliefs that would resonate through centuries, shaping the very soul of a civilization yet to awaken. The Etruscans, mysterious and enigmatic, thrived in the heart of what is now Tuscany. With their intricate pottery and bold frescoes, they painted their world in vibrant colors, each stroke telling stories of gods and spirits that hovered just beyond the veil of the scene. They believed in a pantheon that filled the skies and the earth, where each deity held dominion over the forces of nature. Tinia, the sky god, ruled with a thunderous voice, while the goddess Uni, a symbol of love and war, captured the hearts of the people. Their belief system was a blend of reverence and fear, as they sought to appease these powerful beings through rituals that echoed with urgency. In the dim light of twilight, a priest would stand at the edge of a sacred grove, chanting ancient hymns. The trees whispered back, their leaves rustling like secrets shared between the living and the divine. Offerings of wine and bread were left at the roots, gifts intended to curry favor with the gods. The air thrummed with anticipation, each moment pregnant with possibility. Would the gods respond? Would they bless the harvest, the family, the tribe? The Etruscans understood that life was a delicate balance, a dance of fate influenced by forces unseen. Meanwhile, in the rugged hills and valleys, the Italic tribes carved their beliefs into the landscape. They lived in harmony with the rhythms of nature, their existence intertwined with the seasons. The land was sacred to them, filled with spirits that protected and guided. Each river, each stone, held significance, and their lives were a continuous prayer woven through the fabric of daily existence. They believed in divine spirits, known as Numina, who watched over every aspect of life, from the smallest seed to the mightiest storm. Their rituals were simple yet profound, marked by gestures of gratitude and supplication that spoke to the very heart of humanity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a gathering of Italic tribes took place, their voices raised in song. The sound rolled over the hills, a haunting melody that echoed through the valleys, drawing the attention of the ancient spirits. The elders, draped in furs and adorned with handmade jewelry, shared stories of ancestors who walked the same paths, guiding the living towards wisdom. The air was electric, charged with belief and conviction, as each individual felt the weight of their collective past resting upon their shoulders, a legacy of strength and spirit. In this convergence of cultures, the Etruscans and Italic tribes exchanged more than goods. They shared ideas, merging their beliefs in a harmonious blend that enriched both. The Etruscans, with their elaborate rituals, influenced the Italics, while the latter's deep connection to the earth seeped into Etruscan practices. It was a fusion built on respect, curiosity, and a shared understanding of the sacredness of life. The rituals became a bridge, uniting different tribes under the watchful gaze of deities who demanded both reverence and celebration. Yet, the tapestry of belief was not without its shadows. Dark omens flickered in the flames, as the Etruscans and Italics both knew that the gods could be capricious. A bad harvest could spark fear of divine wrath, while a storm could be seen as a sign of discontent. They sought the guidance of oracles, those gifted individuals who could see beyond the ordinary. With trembling hands, they would listen to cryptic messages delivered in trances, messages that could turn the tide of fate, guiding the people towards salvation or doom. On a stormy night, a shroud of tension settled over a small Etruscan village. The sky roared with fury, and the wind howled like a mourning spirit. In the center of the village, a young priestess stood with her eyes closed, reciting prayers that quivered on her lips. The villagers gathered around her, hearts pounding with dread, as lightning illuminated the ancient trees, casting jagged shadows on their faces. The air crackled, thick with expectation, as the priestess trembled under the weight of her duty. Would the gods grant them mercy or unleash their wrath? As dawn broke, the sun spilled golden light over the drenched earth, bathing the village in a soft glow. The people emerged from their homes, fear still lingering in their hearts. They would gather for a feast, a celebration of survival and gratitude. The remnants of the storm were washed away, but the memory of it lingered, a reminder of the ever-present influence of the divine on their lives. The line between life and belief blurred, as rituals filled with laughter and tears flowed seamlessly into the fabric of their existence. In this world of beliefs, symbols emerged as powerful conduits of meaning. The Etruscans, with their love for artistry, engraved symbols into their tombs, depicting the afterlife as a continuation of earthly pleasures. The great tombs of Cerveteri and Tarquinia showcased vibrant scenes of banquets and games, inviting the deceased to join in the festivities that defined their lives. Death was not an end but a transformation, a journey into the arms of the gods who awaited with open hearts. For the Italics, life, death, and rebirth were cyclical, marked by the seasons. They honored the spirits of their ancestors, believing that their wisdom lingered, guiding the living through the trials of existence. Each spring brought renewal, a celebration of life that honored the earth. The festivals erupted in joyous chaos, with singing, dancing, and feasting, a vivid reminder that every moment was sacred. In those fleeting hours of celebration, the past, present, and future intertwined, creating a continuum that pulsed with life. In the moments of silence that followed the revelries, the whispers of the ancients echoed softly, reminding all who listened of the delicate threads that connected them to each other and to the cosmos. The Etruscans and Italic tribes stood on the threshold of a great transformation, a time when their beliefs would be challenged and reshaped by forces larger than themselves. Little did they know that the mighty Romans were waiting in the wings, ready to weave their own narrative into the rich tapestry of these ancient beliefs, forever altering the course of history. The fire crackled, illuminating faces filled with hope and trepidation, as the shadows of the past danced around them, hinting at the changes that lay just beyond the horizon. In a dimly lit chamber, shadows flicker against cold stone walls, whispering tales of the past. The air is thick with the scent of incense, mingling with a hint of decay. In this sacred space, the Romans once believed, the veil between the living and the dead hung delicate as a spider's web. It was here that the pantheon of gods watched over the souls of the departed, their divine roles woven intricately into the fabric of the afterlife. Pluto, the god of the underworld, stood sentinel at the gates of the afterlife, cloaked in darkness. His very name invoked fear and reverence. Unlike the fire and brimstone of later legends, he was neither cruel nor unjust, just steadfast in his duty. When a soul left the warmth of the living, it journeyed to the shadowy realm he ruled. Pluto's domain was not merely a prison. It was a final resting place, a tranquil harbor for those who had completed their earthly trials. Yet even within his realm, echoes of the past lingered, tales of love and loss carried by the winds of time. Across the heavens, Jupiter reigned supreme, the king of the gods, wielding thunderbolts with a flick of his wrist. His power extended beyond mere mortals. He was the arbiter of fate, overseeing the delicate balance between life and death. When a soul took its final breath, it was Jupiter who weighed their deeds. With a stern yet compassionate gaze, he decided whether they would ascend to the Elysian Fields, a paradise reserved for the virtuous, or descend to the gloomy depths of Tartarus, where the wicked faced eternal torment. The tension in the air thickened as the living clamored for his favor, hoping to sway his judgment in their favor. But even amidst this divine hierarchy, there was more to the tale. The gentle goddess, Proserpina, daughter of Ceres, played a pivotal role in the cycle of life and death. Her abduction by Pluto turned into a tragic love story, a myth that resonated with all who understood loss. Proserpina's annual descent into the underworld marked the changing seasons, a reflection of the sorrow that ripples through existence. Each spring, as she returned to the world above, life blossomed anew, a reminder of hope even in despair. The Romans recognized her as the bridge between the living and the dead, a nurturing force guiding souls safely through the dark waters. In the depths of the afterlife, the soul's journey was not a solitary one. Charon, the stoic ferryman, awaited at the banks of the Styx, his boat a vessel of passage. He demanded payment for his services, a simple coin placed upon the deceased's eyes, lest they wander lost in limbo. The weight of that coin symbolized the final farewell, a tangible tether to the world left behind. Without it, souls were condemned to drift eternally, seeking a way to cross but never reaching the other side. The chilling thought sent shivers through the hearts of those who dared to consider their own mortality. As the living gathered at tombs, they left offerings of food, wine, and trinkets, hoping to appease the spirits of their ancestors. This act of devotion forged a connection between the realms, a reminder that death was not an end but a new beginning. The Romans believed the deceased could influence the living, and so they marked the passing of loved ones with feasts and prayers, ensuring their memory lived on. Each gesture, however small, was a thread binding the past to the present. The air crackled with energy as the rituals unfolded. Incantations echoed through the night, invoking the gods to bless the departed. The Romans believed that honoring the dead not only secured their favor, but also allowed the living to navigate the treacherous waters of existence. The pantheon of gods was an ever-watchful presence, their divine essence woven into the lives of every citizen, a constant reminder that life was as fragile as a flickering flame. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the boundary between the living and the dead blurred. Jupiter's thunder rumbled ominously, a signal that the forces of nature were intertwined with the divine. The skies darkened, and the whispers of ancient stones seemed to rise in unison, speaking of destinies intertwined with the gods' will. Each soul, each heartbeat, echoed the ancient truths passed down through generations. And then there was the goddess of fate, Fortuna, who spun her wheel with a playful yet merciless hand. Her influence was felt in every life, every choice, and every twist of destiny. It was said that she could change a man's fortunes in the blink of an eye. Those who courted her favor often found themselves at the mercy of her whims, caught in a game of chance that mirrored the unpredictability of life itself. In the shadow of this divine play, the Romans grappled with their own desires, knowing that even the mightiest among them could be reduced to nothing in an instant. With every breath, the tension thickened, a palpable reminder of humanity's fragility against the backdrop of divine power. The gods, with their grand schemes, looked down upon the mortals, weaving stories of love, betrayal, and redemption. The Romans, in their struggles, often turned to them, seeking guidance, solace, and, above all, understanding. An echo of laughter, sharp and chilling, rang through the air, a reminder that the line between joy and sorrow was often razor-thin. It was in this sacred interplay that the Romans found comfort, for even in their darkest moments, they could look to the gods and find a reflection of their own struggles. The Pantheon, with its rich tapestry of divine beings, was a mirror of the human experience, a testament to the power of belief, love, and the eternal dance between life and death. As night fell, a serene stillness enveloped the land, but the weight of the gods' presence lingered. Each soul that passed through the gates of the underworld carried with it a piece of the living, threads intertwined in an intricate design. The heartbeats of the past echoed through the ages, a symphony of stories waiting to be told. And as the shadows lengthened, the promise of the afterlife loomed ever closer, where the Pantheon awaited, ready to embrace the souls of the departed in their eternal roles, forever guiding them through the realms beyond. In the flickering candlelight of a humble home, a young boy named Wei sat cross-legged on the floor, his heart racing as he clutched a faded photograph of his grandfather. The photo was old and worn, edges frayed like the memories of a time long past. Tonight, the family was gathering to honor the ancestor whose spirit lingered just beyond the veil, waiting to be remembered. The scent of incense wafted through the air, a sweet yet pungent reminder of what was at stake in this sacred ritual. As the family arrived, each carrying a piece of their history, the atmosphere thickened with unspoken stories. The walls, adorned with ancestral portraits, seemed to pulse with life, echoing laughter and sorrow from generations. The ancestors were not just names etched in stone but vital threads that wove the fabric of the family. They were guardians, guiding and shaping the present in ways often unseen. Wei's mother knelt before the family altar, her hands trembling slightly as she lit a stick of incense and bowed her head. "Great-grandfather, we honor you tonight," she whispered, her voice a soft tremor of love and respect. The flicker of the flame mirrored the flicker of memories in her mind, of a man who lived through wars, who toiled in fields, and whose laughter resounded like music in their lives. Each bow she made was not just an act of reverence. It was a bridge connecting them across time. Around the altar, offerings were laid: fresh fruits, steaming rice, and even a cup of strong tea, simple gifts that carried immense weight. They were tokens of gratitude, reminders that the past was not so far away. Each morsel symbolized a bond that would never be broken, a promise to remember and to cherish. As the family joined in, their voices rose in harmonious prayer, a chorus that transcended the boundaries of life and death. Wei felt a shiver creep down his spine. He closed his eyes, imagining his grandfather's warm smile, the stories told around the fire, the wisdom shared over cups of tea. Could it be that he was listening? The thought filled him with a sense of awe and a healthy dose of fear. The ancestors were mighty. They were the roots of the family tree, grounding them in purpose and identity. In the flickering shadows, the family began to share stories. Wei's uncle recounted the day their village faced a devastating flood. Great-grandfather stood at the river's edge, arms raised, praying with all his might, he said, his voice thick with emotion. He believed that the spirits would protect us, and somehow they did. The room hung on each word, the tension palpable as the tale unfolded. Laughter intermingled with tears, each act of remembrance binding them closer together. But not all stories were easy. Wei's aunt spoke of loss, her voice a fragile whisper. "Grandmother left us too soon. She was the glue that held us together." The weight of grief settled over the family, a heavy shroud that reminded them of the fragility of life. How could they keep her memory alive? How could they honor her spirit? The air thickened with the shared sorrow, the unspoken promise to carry her legacy forward. In that moment, the room transformed. Each family member was not just a participant. They were vessels of remembrance, carrying the weight of their ancestors in their hearts. They sat together, breathing in the history that enveloped them like a warm embrace. Wei's fingers caressed the photograph, as if, through touch, he could feel the essence of his grandfather. Then, as if on cue, a sudden gust of wind rattled the windows, sending a chill through the room. The candles flickered wildly, casting erratic shadows that danced along the walls. For a heartbeat, silence reigned, and then Wei's grandmother spoke, her voice steady yet filled with an otherworldly assurance. "The spirits are here with us," she declared, guiding us, reminding us of our strength. Her words ignited a spark of courage in everyone, and the atmosphere shifted once more. They turned to the altar, and in that sacred space, they began to share not just memories, but hopes and aspirations, dreams for the future they wanted to build in honor of those who had come before. "I want to be a teacher, just like grandfather," Wei whispered, the words escaping his lips as if the ancestors themselves had inspired his ambition. The family nodded in agreement, each heart swelling with pride. The spirit of the ancestors was alive in that room, a palpable force urging them to strive, to honor their legacy through every triumph and trial. The bond of blood was more than a connection. It was a responsibility, a commitment to remember, to honor, to carry forth the stories that defined them. As the night wore on, the incense curled and twisted, filling the air with a sense of magic and reverence. Outside, the moon hung heavy in the sky, casting a silver glow through the window, illuminating the faces of the family that sat intertwined in memory and devotion. They were not just a group of people. They were a living tapestry, each thread vibrant and essential, each ancestor a brilliant splash of color. And then, when the hour grew late and the candles burned low, the family gathered closer. They joined hands, forming a circle that symbolized unity. With hearts wide open, they began to chant the names of their ancestors, a rhythmic pulse that resonated deep within their souls. Each name was a heartbeat, each syllable a prayer. It was a call to the spirits, an invitation for their presence to linger a little longer, to remind them that the line between life and death was thin, and love transcended it all. Wei's heart swelled as he felt the weight of the circle around him. The power of their shared stories, their pain, and their joy wove through the air like threads of light. He could feel the ancestors drawing near, could almost hear the whispers of encouragement, urging him to carry their legacy forward, to be the bridge between the past and the future. As the last echoes of the chant faded into the night, a profound silence fell. It was the kind of silence that held an entire universe of emotion within it. In that stillness, Wei understood one poignant truth. Family did not end with death. It transformed, becoming a guiding force, a beacon of light that illuminated the path ahead. And as they prepared to extinguish the candles, a sense of peace enveloped them, knowing they had honored their ancestors not just with their memories, but with the promise of what was to come. In a quiet village, nestled among rolling hills, a peculiar twilight settled over the landscape. The air was thick with the whispers of ancestors, and the shadows stretched long, as if afraid to be fully known. It was here that an understanding of the soul began to bloom, a concept that reached far beyond mere existence. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it ignited the sky in vivid splashes of crimson and violet, and the villagers gathered around a flickering fire, their faces illuminated with the glow of flame and the warmth of shared stories. Among them sat a wise elder, her eyes shimmering with the depths of countless lifetimes. With a voice as gentle as a summer breeze, she spoke not just of the body or the mind, but of something much more profound, the animus and anima, the twin aspects of the human soul. The villagers leaned in closer, their hearts pounding with both curiosity and reverence as they began to grasp the magnitude of what she was about to share. Animus, the masculine spirit, surged through the essence of men. It was the voice of reason, determination, and strength. It pulsed with the vigor of ancient warriors, those who had fought valiantly for their kin and for causes that ignited their very souls. The elder's words painted vivid images of heroes who had once walked the earth, their bravery echoing through time. It wasn't just about physical strength. Animus embodied the drive to overcome obstacles, to seek knowledge, and to forge one's path in a world that often felt chaotic and unforgiving. In contrast, the anima, the feminine spirit, swirled around like a soft, nurturing mist. It was the essence of intuition, creativity, and compassion. The elder recounted tales of wise women who had healed with herbs and songs, their voices weaving magic that reached deep into the hearts of those in pain. The anima was the guardian of the soul's emotional fabric, reminding all who listened that vulnerability was not a weakness but a profound strength. With every tale, the fire crackled as if in agreement, whispering secrets of love and loss that echoed through the ages. As the night deepened, the villagers felt a palpable tension in the air, a connection that transcended their individual lives and wove them into a larger tapestry of existence. They were not merely spectators. They were part of a grand story, one that intertwined animus and anima, a dance of energies that shaped humanity. The elder's voice rose and fell like the tide, drawing them into a world where these twin forces collided, igniting passion and purpose. But that night was not without its shadows. The elder paused, a solemn look crossing her face as she spoke of imbalance, those times when the animus overpowered the anima, leading to conflict and chaos. Blood had stained the earth when the masculine spirit ran wild, unchecked by the gentle guidance of the feminine. Battles had raged, and hearts had shattered, leaving scars that would never fully heal. The villagers felt a shiver run down their spines, a collective gasp as they realized the echoes of history were all around them, woven into their own lives. They remembered their own struggles, the moments when anger had clouded their judgment, or when fear had silenced their hearts. The elders' stories became mirrors, reflecting their own experiences of love and loss, courage and despair. The flames danced higher, casting flickering shadows that swirled around them like spirits of the past, urging them to confront their own animus and anima. With a sudden burst of energy, a young man stood, his voice trembling as he asked, "What if the animus and anima are at war within us?" The question hung in the air, heavy with the weight of truth. The elder smiled knowingly, her eyes sparkling like the stars above. "Ah, dear one, that is the struggle of humanity," she replied. "To find harmony is to understand that both spirits reside within us, guiding us through the labyrinth of our lives." A palpable excitement enveloped the gathering, as they began to share their own experiences of seeking balance, the moments when they had found clarity and strength in vulnerability, and the times when they had let fear dictate their actions. Each story wove into the next, forming an intricate narrative of humanity's trials and triumphs. The fire crackled in affirmation, sending sparks into the night sky, as if the universe itself was listening. As the hours slipped by, the elder spoke of ancient philosophers who had pondered the essence of the soul. Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle had all touched on the duality of human nature, framing it in ways that echoed through the corridors of time. Their insights had laid the foundation for understanding the animus and anima, shaping the way future generations would view themselves and each other. The villagers felt the weight of history resting on their shoulders, a legacy that demanded they honor both their masculine and feminine spirits. But the tales did not come without warning. The elders shared the cautionary legends of those who had lost themselves in the battle between the animus and anima. A tragic hero, once revered for his strength, had succumbed to his own arrogance, and in his quest for power, he had lost the very essence that defined him. The villagers shivered at the thought, fear creeping into their hearts. What if they too could fall prey to such darkness? What if their own struggles led them down a path of destruction? Yet, amid the tension, a sense of hope blossomed like a flower in spring. The elder reminded them that recognizing their duality was the first step toward healing. It was in acknowledging both animus and anima that they could begin to forge a path toward wholeness. With stories of redemption and connection, she painted images of individuals who had transformed their lives by embracing both sides of their soul. As the fire crackled low, the villagers found solace in the understanding that they were not alone. Each struggle, each moment of doubt, resonated with the souls of those gathered around the fire. The animus and anima danced within them all, a rhythmic heartbeat of existence that pulsed with life, love, and the promise of change. The elder's voice softened, and the night air grew heavy with anticipation. As the flames flickered, she hinted at the next chapter of their journey, a world where the integration of these forces could lead to a new era of understanding, a place where the wounds of the past could be healed. The villagers held their breath, their hearts racing as they sensed the shift in the cosmic energy around them. They knew they stood on the brink of something monumental, a revelation that would weave through their lives, binding them together in a shared destiny. The shadows lengthened, and the stars blinked above them, as if in agreement with the secrets that lay ahead. In the flickering light of a dying sun, shadows danced in the hushed streets of ancient Rome, where whispers of the afterlife curled like tendrils of smoke, coiling around the hearts of the living. Beneath the surface of everyday life, a chilling reality stirred, an unseen world that promised both hope and despair. The Roman view of the afterlife was a tapestry woven with threads of fear, ritual, and profound belief, where the line between the living and the dead blurred into an unsettling haze. As the last rays of sunlight faded, the souls of the departed were said to tread the cobblestone paths of the underworld, leading to a realm ruled by the formidable god, Pluto. This dark domain was not merely a place of torment, but a complex landscape where spirits awaited judgment, hoping for mercy or facing eternal misery. The Romans pondered their fates with a mixture of dread and fascination, as the stories of the afterlife echoed through time. In the cold embrace of the underworld, the ancient rivers of Styx and Charon formed barriers between the living and the dead. Charon, the grim ferryman, awaited at the banks, his hollow eyes filled with the weight of countless souls. Each coin placed upon the eyes of the deceased was a desperate prayer, a plea for safe passage across the waters. Without that token, the souls would wander endlessly, lost in the shadows, doomed to roam the shores of the underworld forever. The fear of being unprepared for this journey weighed heavily on the minds of the Roman people. They adorned their graves with tributes, believing that offerings of food, wine, and precious objects would appease the spirits of their loved ones. Funerary rituals were not mere ceremonies. They were lifelines, forged in the hope of ensuring that the departed could find peace and comfort in the next life. The living, in turn, sought to maintain connections to those who had crossed the threshold, believing that love and remembrance could transcend even death itself. Yet, the underworld was not solely a reflection of sorrow. For some, it harbored the promise of rebirth. The Romans held onto the belief that the soul could be purified, allowing for a return to the realm of the living. This cycle of life and death echoed the changing seasons, the fallen leaves of autumn giving way to the blossoms of spring. In this dance of existence, the Romans found solace, a glimmer of hope that beyond the darkness lay the possibility of renewal. But the underworld also bore its horrors for those deemed wicked. The tales of Tartarus, a place of punishment for the most heinous souls, sent shivers down the spines of the faithful. Here, the echoes of suffering reverberated, a cacophony of lamentation that reminded the living of the consequences of their actions. It was said that the damned were fed upon by monstrous creatures, their fate a continuous cycle of torment. The thought of such a destiny became a haunting specter, instilling both fear and a sense of moral duty in the hearts of Romans. Glimmers of hope flickered in the stories of Elysium, a tranquil haven reserved for the virtuous. Here, the spirits basked in eternal bliss, an idyllic paradise where joy reigned supreme. The vibrant fields and gentle streams painted a picture of serenity, a sharp contrast to the oppressive gloom of the underworld. Romans aspired to dwell in Elysium, where they could indulge in the pleasures of life, free from pain and sorrow. This vision of a blissful afterlife inspired a relentless pursuit of virtue, a driving force in the fabric of their society. The echoes of the underworld found their way into every corner of Roman life, shaping their beliefs and actions. Festivals like Parentalia allowed the living to honor their ancestors, acknowledging the bond that tethered them to those who had gone before. As the streets filled with offerings and prayers, the air thickened with love and longing. It was a poignant reminder that while death was an inevitable part of existence, memory and devotion could defy the finality of the grave. Yet, as the candles burned low and shadows lengthened, a sense of unease lingered. The Romans were acutely aware that the boundaries between life and death were fragile. The restless spirits of those who had been wronged or forgotten roamed the earth, seeking closure or revenge. Tales of hauntings circulated among neighbors, fueling a collective anxiety that permeated daily life. The thought that the departed could return, uninvited and uncertain, heightened the stakes of their rituals and prayers. This intricate web of beliefs was not static. It evolved with the times. As the empire expanded, so too did the influences of other cultures. Eastern philosophies began to seep into Roman thought, intertwining with existing beliefs and provoking deeper questions about the soul and its journey. The blending of ideas sparked debates that echoed through the marble halls of the Senate and whispered through the alleyways of bustling marketplaces. Each discussion brought new layers to the understanding of life, death, and the mysteries that lay beyond. The underworld, with all its complexities and contradictions, became a mirror reflecting the hopes, fears, and aspirations of the Roman people. They found themselves caught in a perpetual dance with the unknown, held captive by the stories that shaped their understanding of existence. As dusk fell upon the city, the once vibrant streets grew silent, yet the pulse of life continued, resonating with the profound knowledge that every ending was merely a prelude to something yet to come. And as the night deepened, the shadows lengthened, hinting at the dark secrets of the underworld that awaited in the silence, where the echoes of the past mingled with the whispers of the future. Would the souls find peace, or would they remain trapped in a haunting limbo, forever yearning for the warmth of the living? The answer lay just beyond the veil, waiting to be revealed through the flicker of a dying flame. On a moonlit night in ancient Rome, a figure stands at the edge of the Tiber, gazing at the shimmering water. His heart pounds in his chest as he contemplates the weight of existence. What lies beyond the veil of death? This question has lingered in the air, heavy with uncertainty, echoing through the minds of countless souls. In the bustling streets, whispers of an epic tale start to take form, one that will transcend generations and shape the very beliefs about life after death. This is the legacy of Virgil's Aeneid, a work that captures the human spirit in its most vulnerable state, grappling with the eternal mystery of the afterlife. Virgil spins a narrative that pulls the reader into the depths of the human experience, where every character confronts their mortality. Through the eyes of Aeneas, the Trojan hero, the audience is drawn into an emotional tempest, a struggle between duty and desire, life and death. As he journeys to the underworld, the chilling gates of Dis open before him, revealing a realm where souls wander, some tormented, some at peace. This vivid imagery stirs the heart, making the reader feel the weight of every choice, every sacrifice. The afterlife is no longer a distant thought. It becomes an integral part of the human experience, a reflection of the soul's journey. The moments when Aeneas meets the souls of the departed become hauntingly beautiful. They are a reminder that life is fleeting and death is inevitable. Each shade tells a story, their voices echoing with regret and longing. The encounter with Dido, the queen who loved him fiercely, stands as a poignant reminder of love lost and the consequences of choices made. Her tragic fate sends shivers down the spine, illustrating the anguish of a love that transcends even death. The emotional weight of her sorrow resonates deeply, making Aeneas and the audience question what it means to truly live and love. Could it be that the bonds we create in life shape our experiences in the afterlife? Such questions linger in the air, tantalizingly unresolved. As Aeneas ventures further, he discovers the Elysian Fields, a serene place where the virtuous souls reside in blissful peace. The beauty of this realm is a stark contrast to the dark depths he just traversed, and it awakens a flicker of hope. Here lies the belief that one's actions in life determine their fate in the afterlife, a concept that would resonate across centuries. The thought that goodness and virtue could lead to eternal peace ignites a spark of aspiration in the hearts of the living. Virgil's portrayal of Elysium offers solace, a comforting idea that goodness is rewarded, and it lays the groundwork for future philosophies about justice and morality. Yet, lurking within these visions of joy is the chilling truth of the underworld, a reminder that every soul must face their past. The punishment of the unjust, the torments that echo through the cavernous halls of Hades, adds a gripping layer of tension. The fear of retribution hangs in the air, urging readers to reflect on their own lives. Will they be remembered as virtuous, or will their actions lead them down a darker path? Such reflections create an emotional connection, as each reader is forced to confront their own beliefs about justice and retribution. Aeneas' journey becomes a mirror, reflecting the consequences of choices made and the moral complexities of existence. The emotional intensity of Virgil's work doesn't wane. It crescendos as Aeneas encounters his father, Anchises, in the underworld. This reunion is a poignant reminder of the ties that bind us even in death. The wistfulness of familial love, the joy mixed with sorrow, creates a scene that is nearly unbearable in its beauty. Anchises shows Aeneas the souls of future heroes, the potential of humanity shining bright. This vision ignites hope like a flame in the darkness, suggesting that our legacies may endure beyond our mortal lives. It is a thought that sends shivers down the spine, the promise that even after death, we can leave an impact, crafting a narrative that lives on. As the story unfolds, the tension between fate and free will become palpable, threading through Aeneas's encounters. The constant reminders of the gods' influence and the weight of destiny raise questions about human agency. Are we mere puppets in a grand tapestry, or do we have the power to shape our own paths? This theme resonates deeply, echoing through the ages and prompting readers to grapple with their own roles in the grand design of existence. The Aeneid doesn't just shape beliefs about the afterlife. It reflects the very essence of humanity, the struggle for meaning, and the quest for immortality through memory and legacy. Virgil's words tap into the core of human emotion, capturing the joys and sorrows of existence in a way that feels timeless. The beauty of his verses stirs a longing within the soul, a yearning for answers that may never come. As the story of Aeneas weaves its intricate tapestry, the essence of the afterlife becomes a poignant thread binding the living and the dead. The emotional roller coaster that unfolds leaves readers suspended in a state of contemplation, grappling with their own beliefs and fears about what lies beyond the mortal coil. The narrative flows seamlessly from one moment to another, each scene hanging in the air like a haunting melody, echoing the eternal questions of existence. The Aeneid becomes a vessel not just for storytelling, but for shaping beliefs that endure long after the last word is spoken. The echoes of Aeneas's journey linger in the hearts of those who dare to ponder life's deepest mysteries, as the narrative prompts them to look within and consider their own paths. The essence of Virgil's epic lives on, a heart-stirring exploration of life, love, loss, and the ever-elusive nature of the afterlife, drawing readers into a world where every choice matters and every soul is forever intertwined in the grand design of fate. In the flickering candlelight of a Roman villa, shadows danced on the walls, weaving stories of gods and mortals. An air of mystery hung thick, heavy with the whispers of those who dared to explore the unseen. Here, the figures of philosophers, poets, and seekers of truth grappled with the profound mysteries of existence. Among them, Orpheism emerged, a vibrant thread in the tapestry of thought that would echo through the ages, leaving an indelible mark on Roman minds. Orpheism wasn't merely a doctrine. It was a pulsating heartbeat of belief, a symphony where the divine and the human intertwined. It sang of a soul's journey, a transformative ascent toward enlightenment. This was more than a philosophical concept. It was a way of life infused with emotion and longing, echoing the ancient fables of Orpheus, who sought to pull his beloved Eurydice from the depths of the underworld. The very idea of transcending one's earthly limitations wrapped itself around the hearts of many Romans, igniting a fire of hope and aspiration within them. As the moon cast a silver glow over the city, artists and thinkers alike found themselves captivated by the idea that the soul was immortal, trapped in the confines of the body, yearning for liberation. They believed that through art, music, and poetry, one could touch the divine and experience an awakening. The Orphic hymns composed during these times were not mere words. They were incantations, each syllable a plea to the cosmos, a cry for connection with the divine essence that lay hidden beneath the surface of their everyday lives. In the bustling marketplace, a young poet named Lucius stood, scrolls in hand, his heart racing as he recited verses that spoke of love, loss, and rebirth. The crowd was entranced. They felt the weight of his words resonate within them, awakening emotions they had long buried. His verses, infused with Orphic ideals, painted vivid pictures of a soul's journey toward transcendence, urging listeners to seek their own paths to enlightenment. The air crackled with energy as Lucius, a vessel for the divine, poured his heart into every line, and the audience hung on to his every word, their spirits lifted, momentarily freed from the mundane. In the grand halls of power, politicians and philosophers engaged in fervent debates over the very essence of existence. The teachings of Pythagoras, intertwined with Orpheism, began to shape the thoughts of influential leaders. They contemplated the harmony of the universe, the belief that numbers held the key to understanding the divine order. Suddenly, mathematics transformed from mere calculations into an ethereal language that spoke of the cosmos itself. The senators, those stewards of Rome, found themselves captivated not just by power, but by the allure of the mysteries that lay beyond the visible world. Yet, beneath the surface of this intellectual awakening, there simmered a tension. Not all embraced the Orphic ideas without question. Skeptics voiced their concerns from the shadows, fearing that such beliefs could lead to chaos, a loss of the structured society they had fought so hard to maintain. In the flickering light of the Senate chamber, voices clashed, some advocating for tradition, for the established pantheon of gods, while others, emboldened by Orpheism, argued for a new understanding of divinity that transcended the old ways. In this heated debate echoed the very essence of Roman thought, a constant struggle between the familiar and the unknown. As the sun set, bathing the city in hues of orange and purple, a mystic named Callisto wandered the streets, her senses heightened by the Orphic teachings that coursed through her veins. She believed that visions awaited her, that through meditation and the rhythmic chants of the Orphic hymns, she could commune with the divine. As she closed her eyes, she felt the world around her dissolve, replaced by swirling colors and sounds that transcended the physical realm. In her mind, she danced with spirits, felt the touch of those who had long departed, and for a fleeting moment, she was one with the cosmos. The whispers of Orpheism spread beyond poets and philosophers, seeping into the very fabric of Roman culture. The art of fresco painting transformed, with vibrant colors that depicted not just the physical world, but the spiritual realms beyond. Artists began to create works that captured the essence of the divine, imbuing their subjects with a sense of life that reached out to the observer. In these canvases, the boundaries between earthly existence and the celestial blurred, inviting all who gazed upon them to ponder their own place in the universe. Still, lurking beneath the beauty of this transformation was a nagging unease. The more the Romans embraced Orpheism, the more they questioned their traditional beliefs. Temples dedicated to the ancient gods stood tall, but the voices of the new generation began to fill the air with a different kind of prayer. They sought not just to honor the old gods, but to understand the deeper truths that lay beneath their myths. The clash of ideologies created a palpable tension, electrifying the air as the old and the new vied for supremacy in the hearts and minds of the people. As night cloaked the city, the streets pulsed with life and energy. Gatherings of like-minded souls huddled together, sharing their visions and experiences, their hearts beating as one. They spoke of the mysteries of life and death, of souls reborn and journeys yet to come. Orpheism wrapped around them like a warm embrace, each story a thread woven into the fabric of their collective consciousness. In these moments, the boundaries of individuality melted away, replaced by a shared longing for something greater, something beyond their earthly existence. Amidst this fervor, a stirring presence emerged, a charismatic leader who embodied the teachings of Orpheism, captivating both the elite and the common folk. His words flowed like honey, sweet and intoxicating, igniting an unquenchable thirst for knowledge and connection. He spoke of the divine spark within each soul, an echo of the universe itself, urging all to seek their own light. The crowd roared with enthusiasm, their spirits lifted, each person feeling the pulse of the cosmos in their veins. And so, the rich tapestry of Roman thought continued to evolve, steeped in the vibrant colors of Orpheism, alive with the energy of a people yearning for meaning. Each thread, each belief, intertwined with the next, creating a fabric more complex and beautiful than any could have imagined. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled above, the hearts of the Romans beat in unison, alive with possibility. Their eyes turned toward the horizon, where the dawn of a new understanding awaited just beyond the edge of their dreams. Beneath the shadowy canopies of ancient temples, whispers of promises and fears echoed, curling through the air like smoke from extinguished torches. The faithful gathered, eyes wide with anticipation, hearts thumping louder than the drums that beat in the night. Cults, those enigmatic circles of devotion, were not mere gatherings of the lost. They were bastions of hope in a world filled with uncertainty, especially when it came to the tantalizing promise of life after death. In the dim light of flickering oil lamps, initiates took their first steps into the embrace of the Eleusinian Mysteries, one of the most revered secret societies of ancient Greece. A blend of ritual, celebration, and profound revelation. These mysteries were anchored by the myth of Persephone, the goddess who descended into the underworld only to return, bringing the gift of rebirth. The followers, draped in white robes, were not just participants. They were seekers, yearning to grasp the elusive threads of immortality and transformation. As they processed through the sacred hall, a hush fell over the crowd, anticipation buzzing in the air like a charged electric current. Meanwhile, in the temples of ancient Egypt, the cults of Osiris wove intricate narratives of resurrection and eternal life. The faithful believed that through the rite of mummification, their essence would transcend the physical realm, allowing them to dwell among the stars. Priests, adorned in linen and gold, conducted rituals that filled the sacred spaces with the scent of incense and the sound of solemn chants. Each incantation was a lifeline thrown to the deceased, a desperate plea for acceptance into the afterlife. Families would gather around intricately carved sarcophagi, their faces a blend of grief and hope, as they shared stories of those who had passed, believing that their loved ones were merely waiting on the other side. In the dim recesses of these ancient spaces, the air thickened with longing. The promise of rebirth hung like a heavy cloak, wrapping around the souls of the living. For them, the afterlife wasn't just a dream. It was a vivid reality, a place where spirits danced in eternal joy or languished in despair, depending on the rites performed. Each act of devotion became a thread in a vast tapestry, binding the living to the dead, the earthly to the divine. Then came the Orphic Mysteries, where the teachings of Orpheus, the legendary poet and musician, whispered of a soul's journey beyond the grave. Followers believed that through sacred music and ecstatic rituals, one could awaken the buried secrets of existence. They sought to uncover the mysteries of life and death itself, striving to pierce the veil that separated the two. In their gatherings, they sang haunting melodies that resonated through the valleys, calling forth the spirits of the departed. Each note carried the weight of lost souls, bridging the chasm that so many feared. Emotions swelled within the gatherings. Joy and sorrow intermingled, creating a potent concoction that drove the initiates to fervor. When the rituals reached their zenith, faces shone with a kind of ecstasy that made the heart ache. In that moment, nothing else mattered. The world outside faded, leaving only the promise of a life beyond this one. A promise that brought both comfort and dread. What awaited them on the other side? A paradise filled with light or a shadowy abyss? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over stone altars, the ancient Romans engaged in their own cults, notably the Bacchanalia, dedicated to Bacchus, the god of wine and revelry. In the throes of ecstatic celebration, they believed they could unite with the divine, tasting eternity in the sweetness of spilled wine. Gathered around flickering fires, they danced wildly, bodies entwined, lost in a trance that dissolved the boundaries of time and space. Here, the spirit of the afterlife was not a distant promise but a tangible experience, a heady rush that momentarily lifted them from the burden of mortality. Yet, with every enticing promise, there lurked shadows, doubts that crept in like thieves in the night. What if the rites were not performed correctly? What if they were doomed to wander the in-between, forever searching for the solace they craved? The ancient texts spoke of the weighty judgments awaiting those who could not satisfy the gods. Inked lines whispered of wandering souls trapped in despair, a fate that chilled the blood of even the most devout. In the midst of the fervor, stories of dissent emerged. There were those who questioned the traditions, daring to seek their own truths. As candles flickered, casting long shadows against the ancient walls, a quiet rebellion simmered beneath the surface. The disillusioned whispered of freedom, of seeking meaning beyond the confines of cults that promised everything yet demanded so much in return. They sought to carve their own paths, to find solace in nature, in the stars above, rather than within the folds of dogma. But the allure of the mysteries was potent, like a siren's call. Those who turned away often found themselves drawn back, lured by the warmth of community and the gripping need for certainty in an uncertain world. The gatherings continued, each ritual steeped in profound significance, binding the past with the present, the seen with the unseen. The air thickened with emotion, a cocktail of fear, hope, and the desperate desire to believe. Every chant echoed through the ages, every prayer sent forth with hope, weaving a tapestry that transcended time. The mysteries remained alive, flickering in the hearts of the faithful as they navigated the delicate balance between life and death. In their pursuit of answers, they found not resolution, but an endless quest, a yearning that would carry them into the next moment, and the one after that, blurring the lines between what was, what is, and what could be. Each step forward was a step deeper into the unknown, a dance along the precipice of eternity, where the echoes of the past called out, urging them onward. The air is thick with incense as mourners gather in a shaded atrium, their whispered prayers almost swallowed by the heavy silence. A funeral in ancient Rome was not just an end. It was a powerful moment where the living spoke to the dead, and the boundary between the two realms shimmered. Candles flicker, casting dancing shadows against the walls, and the scent of burning oil swirls, mingling with the salty tears of loved ones. The atmosphere is charged with grief, yet it bears an almost sacred weight, filled with tradition and deep meaning. The body, wrapped in a simple linen cloth, lies on a mourner's bed, adorned with flowers and precious belongings. This was not just a farewell. It was a passage into the afterlife, a journey that needed to be taken with care and reverence. Families believed that the soul would live on, navigating the vast unknown beyond. To honor this belief, they prepared their loved ones meticulously, wanting to ensure safe passage through the darkened veil separating life and death. As the procession begins, the mourners, clad in somber attire, step forward, led by musicians playing haunting tunes on flutes and lyres. Their somber melodies echo through the streets, drawing attention and prompting strangers to join the throng. Each note resonates with sorrow, a reminder of shared humanity. The soul of the departed is celebrated, recalling memories that flicker like the flames of the funeral pyre they would soon need to face. At every corner, the mourners pause, showing respect to the household gods, the Laras and Penates, offering small tokens to ensure that the spirit finds peace. These rituals, though somber, carry an energy that speaks of love and connection. The mourners recall the vibrant stories of the deceased, the laughter shared, the lessons imparted, and the indelible marks left on everyone's heart. Each story is a stitch in the fabric of the deceased's legacy, and as they recount these tales, the atmosphere thickens with emotion. As the procession reaches the designated burial ground, the scene shifts dramatically. The high walls of the necropolis loom like silent sentinels, guardians of the souls that rest within. Here, the air changes, infused with a palpable sense of reverence and finality. The grave is already prepared, a deep hole that seems to echo the cries of the living. Friends and family gather around, their faces lined with grief and determination. They know this act must be witnessed fully, for to ignore it would be to deny the reality of mortality. The moment has arrived for the final goodbyes. The body is gently lowered into the earth, and the mourners take turns tossing handfuls of soil onto the silent form. With each clump of dirt that hits the casket, a wave of bittersweet emotion washes over them. The finality of it all hangs heavy in the air. But this is not merely an end. It is also a beginning. The Romans believed that the dead continued to exist in a different form, and so they constructed elaborate tombs, granaries filled with food, and even vessels of wine to sustain the departed in their afterlife. They adorned their graves with personal items, ensuring that those who passed would be comfortable in their eternal rest. It was this tenderness that defined Roman funerary practices, a mixture of grief and hope, a desire for connection that transcended the grave. As twilight descends, the mourners light the funeral pyre. Flames lick the air, illuminating the night with a flickering glow that mirrors their own heartbeats. The fire crackles, consuming the body and sending smoke spiraling upwards, carrying prayers and memories with it. The faces around the flames reflect a kaleidoscope of emotions: sorrow, relief, love, and the realization that the departed is no longer bound to this world fills them with both anguish and a sense of peace. With the pyre's embers still glowing, they chant the names of the dead, repeating the syllables like a mantra, embedding it in the very fabric of their memories. For in Roman tradition, the name of the deceased was a palpable connection to the departed soul, a thread that tied them to the living. As long as they remembered, the love and essence of the departed would endure. In the days that followed, the family would continue to honor their loved one, offering food at their tombs, making sacrifices, and holding annual festivals, known as Parentalia. These rites were not mere observances. They were celebrations of life, where laughter mingled with tears, and memories bloomed like the flowers placed on graves. The dead were not forgotten. They lived on in the stories told around dinner tables and in the hearts of those left behind. Yet, there was also fear intertwined with these rituals. The Romans believed in spirits that lingered. Those who were not properly honored would roam the earth, seeking vengeance or solace. The act of remembering became a sacred duty, a way to prevent the dead from becoming restless. And so, with every ritual, with every offering, the living worked tirelessly to maintain harmony between the realms. As night falls and the stars twinkle above, the echoes of laughter and tears drift through the air. The living forge ahead, bound by their memories, while the spirits watch from the shadows, their presence felt but unseen. The cycle continues, an endless loop of love, loss, and remembrance that stretches across time, whispering of connections that refuse to fade. In the distance, another family prepares for their own farewell, lighting the way for souls that continue their journey. The air shimmers with the weight of tradition, awaiting the next heart-stirring moment, each life a thread in the grand tapestry of existence, eternally woven together. In the dim light of ancient tombs, shadows dance like whispers of the past, echoing the beliefs that shaped entire civilizations. Each silent stone holds a story, a yearning for eternity that transcends the boundaries of life and death. Here, in the cold embrace of the earth, the tomb stands not merely as a resting place, but as a profound testament to humanity's deepest fears and hopes about what lies beyond. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long fingers of dusk across the landscape of ancient Egypt, the Great Pyramid loomed large, its apex piercing the twilight sky. This magnificent structure, with its perfectly aligned stones, was more than a mere burial site for the pharaoh. It was a gateway to the afterlife, a place where the spirit could soar free. The Egyptians believed that death was not the end but a continuation of life, and the tomb was a sacred vessel guiding the deceased through the treacherous journey to the afterworld. Inside the pyramid, the air was thick with the scent of age and mystery. Hieroglyphs covered the walls, intricate carvings telling tales of gods, judgment, and resurrection. Each symbol was imbued with powerful meanings, guiding the deceased through the trials they would face. The image of the weighing of the heart stood out, with the heart of the dead being weighed against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth. If the heart was light, the soul would pass into the fields of Yaru, a paradise where life blossomed anew. But if it was heavy, burdened by the weight of sins, the soul would be devoured by Ammit, the terrifying demon that lurked in the shadows of the afterlife. The tomb was adorned with treasures meant to accompany the departed on this perilous journey. Gold, silver, and precious stones sparkled in the flickering torchlight, a dazzling array of wealth designed to appease the gods and ensure a successful passage. Within these walls, items of daily life were carefully arranged: food, clothing, and even games. The living believed that their loved ones would need these comforts in the next world, their hearts heavy with the love and sorrow of those still breathing. In China, the terracotta army silently stood guard over the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor. Thousands of life-sized clay soldiers, each with unique features and expressions, were buried alongside their ruler to protect him in the afterlife. They were not mere sculptures but embodiments of the emperor's desire for power and dominance even in death. The tomb was a reflection of his belief that life and death were part of a continuum, a cycle where the deceased could wield influence over the living. Each soldier, with its fierce gaze, seemed to whisper stories of loyalty and valor, tales that transcended time. As the light of the moon bathed the land in silver, a haunting silence enveloped the tombs of the ancient Mayans, where the echoes of rituals still lingered in the air. The Maya viewed the afterlife as a complex tapestry of realms, filled with gods and ancestors who played pivotal roles in the fate of souls. Their tombs were not solitary chambers, but elaborate structures adorned with intricate artwork that depicted the journey of the soul. Elaborate burial ceremonies accompanied the deceased, with offerings of food and drink, a tradition rooted in the belief that the dead would continue to experience life's pleasures in the afterlife. In the Mediterranean, the grandeur of Roman mausoleums mirrored the empire's power and complexity. The famous catacombs of Rome, labyrinths filled with the remains of countless souls, serve as poignant reminders of early Christian beliefs. The tombs were imbued with a sense of hope, promising eternal life through faith. The inscriptions carved into the stone spoke of resurrection, a radical departure from the fear of death that permeated the cultures before them. The faithful believed that their souls would rise again, and the tomb became a sacred space where the living honored the dead, ensuring they were never forgotten. Even in the distant past, the tombs of the ancient Celts reflected a deep understanding of the cyclic nature of life and death. The burial mounds, or barrows, stood as sacred sites where the living paid homage to their ancestors. Within these hills, the Celts believed their spirits roamed, guiding and protecting the living. The tools and artifacts buried with them were not just possessions. They were offerings to ensure that the deceased had everything needed to thrive in the next life. Every detail of these tombs spoke volumes about the people who built them. They were not just bricks and mortar but reflections of the beliefs, fears, and hopes of those who once thrived in vibrant communities. The reverberations of their emotions still echo in the silence. Each tomb a canvas painted with the hues of longing for connection with what lies beyond. Every soul buried within these hallowed grounds is a testament to the relentless pursuit of meaning, an exploration of what it means to be human. As the night deepened, a chill swept through the air, a reminder of the unseen forces that dwell in the shadows of the past. The tombs, silent witnesses to centuries of human emotion, served as portals to a world where the lines between life and death blur. Each burial site, each carefully crafted chamber, held secrets and stories waiting to be unveiled. A flickering flame illuminated the dusty air, casting ghostly shapes across the ancient stones, beckoning with an undeniable allure. The heart raced in anticipation, understanding that the journey through the tombs was but the beginning, a prelude to the deeper mysteries that lay ahead. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, the air thick with the scent of spices and the sounds of life, there loomed an undeniable certainty. Death awaited everyone. Yet it was not something to be feared or hidden away. Instead, the Romans embraced it, wrapping their customs around it like a cloak, turning the inevitable into a vibrant spectacle. The funeral processions that wound through the cobblestone roads were far more than mere goodbyes. They were elaborate performances, rich in tradition and emotion. Families donned their finest garments, cloaked in black or white, depending on the status of the deceased, and stepped into a world where sorrow met splendor. As the sun set, casting long shadows across the forum, the sound of wailing began. It echoed through the marble columns, piercing the hearts of all who heard it. Women, their faces streaked with tears, would tear at their hair and beat their chests, a raw display of grief that drew the attention of passers-by. They were not ashamed of their sorrow. It was a sacred expression of love for the one who had departed. The mourners' cries mingled with the rustling of the leaves, creating a chorus that resonated with the very fabric of Roman culture. The procession would begin with a parade of masked figures, each representing ancestors of the deceased. These ancestral masks, often crafted from wax, were not mere facsimiles. They were embodiments of lineage, honoring the past while guiding the living. It was an invitation to remember, to reflect on the legacy left behind. The living walked among their forebears, a reminder that death was not an end, but a continuation of a grand narrative, one that wove together generations. As the crowd gathered, the atmosphere shifted. The drums began to beat, slow and heavy, mirroring the heartbeat of a people who understood the weight of loss. The air felt electric, charged with anticipation and the palpable presence of those who had walked the earth before. Each face turned toward the casket, draped in rich fabrics, adorned with flowers that symbolized both beauty and decay. It was a bittersweet tribute, an acknowledgement that life, in all its glory, must eventually yield to silence. The funeral rites were steeped in ritual, each act purposeful and intentional. The priest, clad in ceremonial robes, would offer prayers to the gods, beseeching them to welcome the soul into the afterlife. The Romans believed that how one was honored in life determined their fate in death. A proper send-off was essential, a final act of love that could secure a gentle passage into the next world. Each word uttered, each gesture made, was a building block in the architecture of eternity. As the procession moved closer to the grave, the tension rose. The mourners clutched one another, the weight of loss pressing down like a heavy shroud. Yet, amidst the sorrow, there was also a sense of celebration, a recognition of a life well lived. Friends and family shared stories, laughter mingling with tears, painting a portrait of the deceased that was both rich and textured. The Roman ideal was to remember the good, to honor the legacy left behind, for in remembrance, the dead continued to live on in the hearts of the living. The funeral pyre loomed ahead, a towering structure built not just to consume the body, but to release the spirit into the vastness of the cosmos. Flames flickered hungrily, dancing as if to the rhythm of ancient songs sung by the voices of the past. As the casket was placed atop the pyre, a hush fell over the crowd. In that moment, the world held its breath. The flickering light cast shadows on faces filled with grief, but also with resolve. This was not just an end. It was a transformation. Then the moment arrived. The first torch was lit, and the flames surged to life, engulfing the casket in a fiery embrace. The heat radiated outward, washing over the mourners like a wave of their collective sorrow. The smell of burning wood and fragrant oils filled the air, an olfactory reminder of the sacrifices made to honor the dead. As the flames consumed the physical form, the cries of the mourners reached a crescendo, a raw expression of love and loss echoing into the night. Yet, even as the fire crackled and roared, there was an understanding that this act was not purely one of destruction. It was a sacred rite, a powerful transformation, an acknowledgement that the deceased would now take their place among the stars, a guiding presence in the lives of those they left behind. As the ashes began to swirl, they carried with them whispered memories, the laughter of shared moments, the warmth of love, and the lessons learned. Once the fire had extinguished, the remains were carefully collected, placed in ornate urns, often crafted from the finest marble or clay. These urns would find their way into family tombs, resting places that served as a bridge between the living and the dead. It was here that the bond of family was strongest, a tangible connection that transcended time. Ancestors were honored, rituals were performed, and the living would come to visit, bringing flowers, wine, and stories. The cycle of grief and remembrance continued, each visit an affirmation that love endures beyond death. As dusk settled over the city, the stars began to twinkle, and the spirits of the departed mingled with the living, creating a tapestry woven with both joy and sorrow. In this moment, the Romans understood that funerals were not just about saying goodbye. They were celebrations of life, poignant reminders that every end is also a new beginning. The echoes of their past would resonate through the ages, whispering tales of valor, love, and unbreakable bonds that would not be extinguished by time. The flicker of the flames mirrored the flicker of hope, as life continued to pulse through the city, unyielding and vibrant. Amidst the sorrow of loss, the Romans carried the weight of their history forward, each funeral a testament to their enduring spirit, their unshakable belief that even in the face of death, they would rise again, anew and unbroken, carrying the memories of those who came before them. And so, the wheel of life turned once more, ushering in the next chapter, ever onward, into the unknown. In a dimly lit chamber adorned with the echoes of ancient wisdom, a figure sits, his gaze steady yet contemplative. The flickering candlelight dances across the walls, revealing shadows of an age when the air was thick with questions of existence. This figure, a philosopher cloaked in the garments of his time, is none other than Plato. The weight of eternity hangs in the air as he contemplates the great mysteries of life, death, and what lies beyond. Plato, a student of Socrates, was shaped by the tragic death of his mentor, a loss that reverberated through his soul. Socrates had faced his fate with an unwavering calmness, drinking the hemlock with the serene belief that the soul transcends the physical body. This pivotal moment sparked within Plato a profound exploration of the afterlife, one that would echo through the centuries and stir the hearts of countless seekers. What happens when we breathe our last? Is there truly a world beyond this one? A place where souls find solace or punishment for their earthly deeds? As he wrote, his pen moved with fervor, crafting dialogues filled with rich tapestries of thought. In Phaedo, Plato unfolds a gripping account of Socrates' final hours, weaving a narrative that became a cornerstone of Western philosophy. The words leap from the page, invoking a raw emotion that strikes a chord in every reader. Plato's belief in the immortality of the soul emerges as a vibrant theme, a beacon of hope that shines through the darkness of mortality. The soul, he argues, is eternal, embarking on a cyclical journey through countless lives, each experience a step toward enlightenment. His vision of the afterlife is not merely one of clouds and harps, but a realm of profound learning and self-discovery. In this world beyond, the soul sheds its earthly limitations, confronting the truth of its existence and the choices it made. Plato's allegory of the cave serves as a haunting metaphor for this journey. Prisoners shackled in darkness, mistaking shadows for reality, yearn for the light. When one escapes, the blinding sun reveals the world in its full glory, a world where knowledge reigns supreme, illuminating the soul's path toward ultimate truth. The tension builds as visions of the afterlife swirl in Plato's mind: judgment, reward, and punishment. He describes a place where souls are weighed against the deeds of their lives, each action carving its mark upon the essence of the soul. Those who have lived justly ascend to the Elysian Fields, basking in the eternal joy of their righteousness, while others find themselves in a realm of torment, left to grapple with the consequences of their choices. The stakes could not be higher. Each decision made holds the echo of eternity. Yet, amid this cosmic drama, there lies a glimmer of compassion. Plato's vision is not one of despair but a call to moral awakening. He implores humanity to strive for virtue, to pursue knowledge and wisdom. The idea that we can shape our destiny resonates deeply, a thrilling notion that even in the face of death, there is hope. This contemplation ignites a flame of courage within us, reminding us that our lives matter, that each moment is a brushstroke on the canvas of eternity. As the candle burns lower, shadows deepen. An almost sacred silence envelopes the space. Plato's thoughts turn toward the nature of love, a force that transcends even death. In the Symposium, he passionately articulates the idea that love is a divine madness, a yearning for the eternal. It is through love that the soul reaches out to grasp the beauty of the cosmos, a connection that binds us across lifetimes. In this pursuit lies the essence of what it means to be human, our search for meaning, for connection, for a glimpse of the divine. The air thickens with the weight of his ideas, each thought a stepping stone into the abyss of uncertainty. What if the afterlife is not merely a destination, but a journey of transformation? What if the soul's quest is not to escape but to embrace? Embrace the lessons learned, the love shared, the pain endured. The very fabric of existence shudders at the possibilities, and the heart quickens with the thrill of understanding. Yet, as the candle flickers, the shadows whisper of doubts. Plato, too, grappled with uncertainty. His dialogues reveal the tension between belief and skepticism, the struggle to reconcile the known with the unknown. What if the soul was not as immortal as he hoped? What if the afterlife was but a comforting illusion, a tale spun to ease the fear of the dark? This tension permeates his work, pulling the reader into a dance between hope and despair, light and shadow. As the last wax drips down the candle, a sense of urgency fills the room. The echoes of Plato's thoughts ripple through time, reaching out to touch the hearts and minds of those who seek understanding. Each word is a seed planted in the fertile ground of human consciousness, destined to blossom into a myriad of interpretations and beliefs. From the early Christians who would embrace and adapt his thoughts to the Renaissance thinkers who would breathe new life into his teachings, Plato's influence is undeniable, shaping the very foundation of Western thought. In the distance, a new dawn beckons, the light of knowledge poised to break through the darkness of ignorance. His ideas ignite a flame of curiosity that will lead generations to ponder their existence, to question the nature of reality, and to seek the truth of the afterlife. The philosopher's voice, though silenced by time, resonates with an urgency that compels us to confront our own beliefs, to explore the depths of our souls, and to ponder what lies beyond this life. As the chamber falls silent, the weight of Plato's legacy hangs heavy in the air. The flickering candle extinguishes, leaving behind a profound stillness, a moment suspended in time. Yet, the questions linger, echoing in the hearts of those who dare to think. What is the nature of the soul? What awaits us after the final breath? And as the shadows stretch long, a new chapter unfolds on the horizon. One that beckons with the promise of answers yet to be discovered. A journey that continues to inspire and provoke thought, drawing us ever deeper into the mysteries of existence. On a cold winter night in ancient Rome, a flickering candle illuminated the parchment spread across a Stoic philosopher's wooden desk. The shadows danced along the walls, whispering secrets of life and death, a dance that had captivated thinkers for centuries. In that moment, a question loomed larger than any shadow. What happens after the final breath? It was a question that pierced the hearts of many, echoing through the halls of time like a mournful wind. The Stoics, a school of thought that blossomed in the bustling streets of Athens before spreading to the grand avenues of Rome, held a unique perspective on this haunting inquiry. They believed that life was not a mere series of breaths, but a journey marked by virtue, reason, and resilience. Their teachings told of a universe governed by rational order, where each person played a vital role in the grand tapestry of existence. Yet when it came to the great unknown of death, their views sparkled with a different kind of clarity. To the Stoics, death was not something to be feared. It was simply a part of the human experience. They saw it as a natural transition, akin to the changing of the seasons. The great philosopher Seneca once mused that the fear of death is worse than death itself. In this view, the finality of life was not an end, but rather a return to the cosmos from which one came. It was a comforting notion, one that could soothe the most restless of souls. As the flickering candlelight cast a warm glow on the philosopher's worn face, thoughts turned to the lives of those who had come before. Socrates, the father of Western philosophy, had faced his own death with unwavering courage. He had embraced the end, believing that the soul was immortal. To him, death was merely a passage to a better existence. The Stoics took this belief and wove it into their own tapestry, suggesting that the soul, while enduring trials and tribulations in life, would ultimately find peace beyond the earthly realm. Yet, the Stoics were not naive. They understood that the world could be harsh, filled with pain and suffering. They spoke of the impermanence of life, emphasizing that everything, including our loved ones, would eventually fade away. This truth, though heavy, was a source of strength. To accept the inevitability of death was to live more fully, each moment cherished, each relationship valued. In their eyes, the fear of death could paralyze the spirit, while acceptance would set it free. Looking out from the philosopher's window, the streets of Rome bustled with life. Citizens moved about, oblivious to the deeper questions that lingered in the air. Yet, for those who dared to ponder, the Stoic teachings offered a lifeline. They taught that what mattered was not the length of one's life, but the depth of one's character. A life lived in accordance with nature and virtue was a life well spent, regardless of its duration. The philosopher turned his pen to the paper once more, driven by a profound sense of urgency. It was not just the fear of death that haunted him, but the fleeting nature of existence itself. He reflected on Epictetus, who had once said that death is neither good nor bad. It simply is. This insight resonated deep within. Life and death were intertwined, like two dancers in a timeless ballet. One could not exist without the other, and to resist this dance was to deny the very fabric of reality. In the midst of this reflection, the room became suffused with a palpable tension. What if there was something more? What if the Stoics were wrong, and the end of life was a void, an abyss of uncertainty? The philosopher's heart raced at the thought. The teachings of the Stoics provided comfort, but the human spirit longs for something beyond mere acceptance. It craves connection, understanding, and above all, a promise of continuity beyond the grave. As if summoned by this turmoil, the figure of Marcus Aurelius emerged from the shadows of memory. The emperor's meditations spoke to the very essence of Stoic philosophy, blending the personal with the universal. He had written of the soul's return to the cosmos, urging his readers to accept death as a return to the source. These words offered solace, yet they also ignited a fierce longing for clarity. Was there indeed a cosmic order that welcomed each soul back home? In that moment, the candle flickered ominously, casting playful shadows that seemed to dance in agreement. The philosopher's thoughts spiraled, weaving through the lives of those who had come before. The stories of heroes and sages echoed in his mind, each one a testament to the indomitable human spirit. Their struggles and triumphs became a chorus, celebrating the richness of life even as it approached its inevitable end. Tears glistened in the philosopher's eyes, for he understood that death was not a darkened abyss but a door to something new. The Stoics did not see death as a tragedy, but as a necessary part of existence that added meaning to life itself. The brilliance of their teachings illuminated the dark corners of fear and doubt, transforming them into pathways of hope. He paused, contemplating the fragile nature of life. The laughter of children echoed nearby, a reminder of what it meant to truly live. Each giggle, each shared moment of joy became a thread woven into the fabric of eternity. The Stoics urged people to focus on what they could control, and in the face of death, that control was found in the choices made and the love shared. As the candle flickered once more, a sense of resolve settled in the philosopher's heart. He would carry these teachings forward, illuminating the path for others seeking to understand the mysteries of life and death. The shadows whispered their secrets as he penned the final lines, setting the stage for the thoughts that would follow. Just outside the window, the night deepened, and the stars began to twinkle like distant beacons, guiding souls through the unknown. In their light, there was a promise that the journey did not end with the last breath. Every soul had a place in the cosmos, a connection that transcended time and space. And with that thought, the flickering candle cast its final glow, a symbol of hope amidst the shadows of uncertainty. In the dim light of the underworld, a flickering torch illuminated a vast chamber, the air heavy with anticipation and dread. Souls, lost and clamoring, awaited their fate, shuffling nervously in the shadows. Their hearts raced, each breath echoing the weight of their deeds. This was not just a waiting room. It was the threshold to judgment, where decisions made in the fleeting moments of life would determine eternal destinies. At the center of this haunting scene stood Minos, a figure carved out of authority and wisdom, his stern gaze piercing through the darkness. Once a king of Crete, he now held a scepter not of gold, but of justice. The souls watched as he listened intently to the whispers of each spirit. His expression was calm yet resolute, a reflection of the countless decisions he had rendered over the ages. A sense of gravity filled the room as he raised his hand, silencing the murmur of souls. They knew, with every fiber of their being, that their lives hung in the balance of his judgment. Beside him, Rhadamanthus, his brother, embodied a different kind of resolve. Known for his unwavering fairness, he was the one who examined the deeper layers of the soul. With eyes that seemed to glow with an inner light, he understood that justice was not a mere transaction. It was an exploration of the heart. Rhadamanthus had spent years listening to the confessions of the damned and weighed their deeds against the scale of their intentions. He was the quiet storm, and in his presence, the air crackled with unspoken truths. The atmosphere pulsed with tension as Minos called forth a soul, a man with a weathered face and trembling hands. Memories flickered behind his eyes, moments of love, betrayal, ambition, and despair. The man stepped forward, swallowed by a thick fog of guilt. As he recounted his life, each word dripped with the weight of regret. He had been a hunter of dreams, but in his pursuit, he had trampled the dreams of others. The echoes of laughter turned to cries for help rang in his ears, and he could feel the chilling grip of remorse tightening around his heart. Rhadamanthus listened quietly, his brow furrowed as he sensed the man's turmoil. This was not merely a case of right or wrong. It was a complex tapestry of choices, woven with both noble aspirations and selfish desires. He leaned closer, searching the depths of the man's spirit. "What did you learn from your choices?" he asked softly, as if the question itself could unravel the knots of regret. The man's voice trembled as he spoke. "I learned that every action has a consequence. I thought I could achieve greatness without considering the lives I would touch. I was blind to the pain I caused." The words hung in the air, heavy with significance, and even the shadows seemed to lean in, straining to hear the soul's confession. Minos, unmoving, seemed to weigh the man's words on an invisible scale. The chamber was silent, save for the soft rustle of souls shifting, each one lost in their own reflections. Would this man find redemption, or would the darkness of his actions bind him to eternal sorrow? With a flick of his wrist, Minos summoned the next soul. A young woman with pleading eyes stepped forward, her heart racing as uncertainty danced in her chest. She had been a healer in her life, a beacon of hope for the suffering. But the shadows of her past loomed large, darkened by secrets. "I tried to save them," she said, her voice shaking, "but I had to make impossible choices. I turned away when they needed me most." Rhadamanthus felt the pulse of her guilt, the weight of responsibility pressing down on her shoulders. "What would you do differently?" he asked gently, allowing her the space to confront her pain. The question stirred something within her, and for the first time, a flicker of hope ignited in her heart. "I would choose love over fear. I would stand tall even when it scared me." Minos nodded, acknowledging the courage in her words. The chamber buzzed with the electricity of her revelation, a reminder that even in judgment, one could find the seeds of transformation. The souls surrounding her felt a glimmer of possibility, a spark that whispered of change, of growth, and of the power of choice. But not all souls were so fortunate. A man with a twisted grin stepped forward next, arrogance draping him like a cloak. He had reveled in his power, crushing others beneath his heel, believing himself untouchable. Laughter bubbled up from him, mocking the idea of judgment. "I have no regrets," he scoffed, "for I am nothing but a god among mortals." Rhadamanthus's eyes narrowed, his heart filled with a mix of pity and determination. "A god?" he echoed, voice steady as stone. "Power without humility is a hollow victory. What will you do when the weight of your arrogance becomes unbearable?" The man's laughter faltered, and for the first time, doubt flickered in his eyes. Minos watched intently, the scepter of justice poised in his hand. The chamber seemed to expand and contract with the tension, the weight of each soul's fate thickening the air. Minos raised his voice, resonating through the darkness. "Judgment is not merely about punishment. It is about awakening. What will you learn from this moment? How will it shape the eternity that lies ahead?" As each soul stood before them, they faced not only their past but the possibility of their future. The atmosphere crackled with emotion. Fear, regret, hope, and the yearning for redemption. The torches flickered, casting long shadows, as if the very spirits of the underworld held their breath, waiting for the verdicts that would determine their paths. The tension hung like a thick fog, wrapping around the souls as Minos and Rhadamanthus prepared to render their final decisions. Would they find mercy, or would they fall into the depths of despair? The answers lingered just out of reach, a haunting melody that echoed through the chamber. In that electric moment, the chamber felt alive, each heartbeat thrumming with the possibility of change. The story of judgment was far from over, with lives forever entwined in the dance between consequence and redemption. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the cobbled streets of Rome. The air was thick with the smell of roasting meat and the chatter of merchants haggling over prices. But beneath this bustling surface lay a darker, more sinister world, the world of punishment and reward, a realm where one's fate was sealed by their actions. In this society, the very core of morality was built on the belief that the afterlife was either a paradise or a pit of despair, a notion that gripped the hearts of citizens with both hope and dread. As they walked through the forum, their sandals slapping against the stones, the citizens of Rome were acutely aware of the weight of their choices. They whispered about the judgment that awaited them beyond the veil of death. The tales of Elysium, a shimmering paradise where the virtuous spent eternity in bliss, contrasted sharply against the horror of Tartarus, a hellish abyss where the wicked were tortured for all time. These stories echoed in the minds of every Roman, teaching them that life was a delicate balance of actions and consequences. In the shadow of the grand temples, tales of divine retribution filled the air. Some spoke of Sisyphus, eternally pushing a boulder up a hill only to watch it roll back down, a punishment for his deceit. Others whispered in hushed tones about Tantalus, forever tantalized by unreachable fruit and water, a cruel reminder of his transgressions. It was not merely the gods who judged. The Romans believed that their very souls were weighed against the feather of Maat, determining their eternal resting place. Every choice mattered. Every lie, every act of kindness, carved a path toward salvation or damnation. The Senate stood as a bastion of authority, but even within its marble walls, fears of divine judgment loomed large. Senators, draped in their togas, debated laws with fervor, yet their hearts trembled at the thought of potential punishment in the afterlife. Power was often accompanied by paranoia. To ascend to greatness was to court danger, not just from jealous rivals, but from the ever-watchful eyes of the gods. They believed that the fateful scales tipped with every act of cruelty or compassion. Every corner of Rome buzzed with stories that sent shivers down the spine. The cycle of punishment and reward was palpable, as if the very stones of the city bore witness to the souls of those who came before. The ancients had crafted a vivid tapestry of beliefs around the afterlife. The rich could afford elaborate burials, ensuring they would not be forgotten, their tombs adorned with inscriptions begging for remembrance. The poor, however, were often left to fade into obscurity, their spirits at the mercy of fate, their legacy hanging by a thread. Life was not merely lived. It was a tightrope walk over a chasm of fire and ash. The Romans held festivals honoring the dead, where families offered food and wine to their ancestors. They believed this appeased the spirits, ensuring favor in the afterlife. The sound of laughter mingled with the crackle of offerings, but underneath lay the fear that forgotten souls would rise in anger, demanding attention and remembrance. Then came the gladiators, heroes of the arena, where the roar of the crowd drowned out the cries of the dying. As they battled for glory, the stakes were not just their lives but their eternal destinies. For some, victory meant the chance for a better afterlife. For others, defeat spiraled them into the depths of Tartarus. Each clash of steel was a dramatic testament to their desperation for fame and the hope of a reward that would echo through eternity. The stories of those who had walked the path before them hung in the air like a haunting melody. The poet Virgil painted scenes of the afterlife in his verses, mesmerizing both young and old. People gathered in circles, wide-eyed, as they heard of the fields of Elysium, where righteous souls roamed free, basking in golden light. But the chilling tales of the damned, writhing in agony beneath the earth, were what truly gripped their hearts. Could a moment of weakness, a single misdeed, cast them into that abyss? The thought alone was enough to chill their bones. In the bustling markets, the harsh realities of life intertwined with the fantastical visions of the afterlife. The cries of the street vendors selling bread and wine were punctuated by the raucous laughter of children playing, blissfully unaware of the moral weight pressing upon their parents. Yet in quiet moments, parents would gather their children close, teaching them to value honor and virtue, instilling within them the understanding that their choices mattered. Each act of kindness, every moment of bravery, would echo in eternity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the city, the stories continued to buzz among the people. They spoke of the Furies, vengeful spirits who would not allow wrongs to go unpunished, who would drag the wicked down into the depths of despair, ensuring that even the most powerful would pay for their sins. The fear was palpable, an electric current running through conversations, a trembling note in laughter that hinted at the deep-seated anxiety of judgment. In the flickering light of oil lamps, philosophers argued about the nature of the soul and its journey after death. Some proposed that, like the seasons, the soul would be reborn, cycling through life until it achieved purity. Others insisted that each soul faced a singular judgment, their fate sealed forever. The debates raged on, with each philosopher weaving intricate webs of reason and belief, yet the fundamental fear remained, the fear of what lay beyond. As the night deepened, the shadows grew longer, and the weight of the world pressed down heavier upon the hearts of the Romans. They were trapped in a dance of morality and fate, caught between their hopes for paradise and their fears of eternal damnation. Each fleeting moment felt like a whisper from the gods, a reminder that every action might carry the weight of eternity. The fire of life flickered, the tension heightened, and as the clock struck midnight, the chilling silence wrapped around the city. The stories of punishment and reward twisted in the minds of every citizen, melding into an intricate tapestry of beliefs that shaped their very existence. And in that darkness, the line between heaven and hell blurred, leaving them to wonder how close they truly were to their destinies. The room was thick with anticipation, the flickering candlelight casting shadows that danced like restless spirits on the walls. A woman sat at a table, her hands trembling slightly as she shuffled a deck of ancient cards. The air was heavy with incense, wrapping around her like a shroud, whispering of mysteries that lay just beyond the veil of the known. Tonight, she would peek into the unknown, a place where time blurred and the past kissed the future. The questions hung in the air, unasked yet palpable, echoing in the silence. What happens when we breathe our last? Is there a place we go? And how can we know? Throughout history, humans have clawed at the darkness surrounding death. Every civilization, from the Egyptians meticulously preparing their dead for the afterlife to the Greeks consulting oracles, has sought guidance from the other side. In those whispered practices, something profound stirred, a yearning for assurance, a desperate search for connection. What lay beyond life? Could the living truly commune with the departed? The ancient Egyptians, with their elaborate tombs and hieroglyphs, believed in an afterlife governed by the weight of one's heart. Souls were judged by Osiris, and the fate of the deceased hung in balance. Priests, acting as intermediaries, performed intricate rituals, invoking divine beings to interpret signs and omens. Every flutter of a bird's wing, every ripple in the Nile, told a story, a message meant for those willing to listen. The rituals were drenched in emotion, a blend of reverence and fear, as they sought to uncover the truths hidden in the ether. The very essence of life and death intermingled in these sacred practices. Then there were the Greeks, with their oracles perched on mountains like watchful guardians. The most famous among them, the Oracle of Delphi, drew pilgrims from all corners of the known world. Here, the Pythia, inhaling the intoxicating vapors, would utter cryptic phrases that echoed through time. Kings and commoners alike sought her wisdom, desperate to know their fates, to understand the inevitable. Each word spoken was laden with emotion, a reflection of the weighty burden of mortal existence. They believed that the gods would communicate through her, providing glimpses into lives beyond the grave. The tension would rise as anticipation filled the air, every utterance coded in layers of meaning, leaving seekers both relieved and perplexed. In ancient China, the practice of divination took on another form, with the I Ching guiding those who sought clarity. Practitioners tossed yarrow sticks or coins, seeking patterns that revealed insights into life's uncertainties, including what lay after death. The Confucian belief in ancestor worship threaded through the culture, intertwining the living and the dead. The act of consulting the I Ching was more than mere fortune-telling. It was a way to connect with those who had walked the earth before, to honor their spirits and seek their guidance. Each interpretation was a thread woven into the fabric of existence, binding generations together across the vast chasm of death. In the Americas, indigenous cultures had their methods too. The ancient Maya, with their ritualistic ceremonies, used divination to commune with their ancestors and the cosmos. They believed that the cycles of the stars and the whispers of the wind carried messages from the afterlife. Shaman would enter trance-like states, dancing to the beat of drums, becoming vessels for the spirits of the departed. The air would crackle with energy, and the living were reminded of their place within the great circle of life and death. Meanwhile, in medieval Europe, an unsettling fear of the unknown crept into the hearts of many. The Black Death swept through the continent, leaving a trail of despair and confusion. In this time of dread, divination took on a dark aspect, as some turned to necromancy, seeking to raise the dead for answers. They believed that by communicating with the deceased, they could understand the whims of fate and the wrath of the divine. Candlelit rituals filled with chants and offerings sought to bridge the chasm between life and death, drawing the living closer to the mysteries that haunted them. And still, In this tapestry of beliefs and practices, the threads of emotion intertwined. The fear of the unknown, the hope for reunion, the longing to understand. Each feeling was palpable and raw. The act of divination became not just a means to foretell the future, but a way for the living to process their grief, to find solace in the belief that love transcends even the darkest abyss of death. In every corner of the world, the echoes of divination practices resonate through the ages. A young girl, fingers stained with ink, pores over a dusty tome, reading the words of seers long gone. A shaman dances under the stars, invoking spirits to guide him, his heart racing with the pulse of the earth. The woman at the table, cards in hand, feels the weight of those who came before her, their voices whispering through time. Each moment, each ritual, each act of seeking has been driven by a fundamental quest for understanding. They gathered in secret, their whispers filled with fear and hope, as the teachings of a man from Nazareth began to ripple through the ancient world. For centuries, the Romans had clung to their pantheon of gods, their beliefs steeped in rituals that promised life after death. The idea of the afterlife had been a tapestry woven from myth and tradition, where the souls of the deceased were judged and rewarded or punished based on their earthly deeds. The rich adorned their tombs with frescoes and lavish offerings, convinced that their spirits would need the comforts of the world they left behind. The poor, often fearful of what lay beyond, clung to the tales of the underworld, where shadows and despair awaited. Yet, as Christianity began to spread, a different narrative emerged, one that offered not just judgment but a promise of redemption, love, and eternal life. The figure of Christ, crucified yet triumphant, became a beacon of hope for the weary and the downtrodden. The message of resurrection, a powerful transformation that defied death, sparked a flicker of belief in the hearts of many. No longer did one need to navigate the dark waters of the afterlife alone, for there was now a path illuminated by grace and forgiveness. In the darkened corners of humble homes, families gathered to share stories of the new faith. They spoke in hushed tones of Jesus, of his compassion for the sick and the outcast, igniting a fervor that began to challenge the status quo. Roman citizens, bound by centuries of tradition, found themselves drawn to this radical message. They felt the icy grip of fear begin to thaw, replaced by a warmth that promised eternal life, a reunion with loved ones lost. In stark contrast to the grim tales of Hades, where the soul faced torment and desolation, Christianity painted a picture of paradise, a place where the faithful could bask in divine love forever. The concept of heaven, with its vibrant streets of gold and unending joy, became a solace that resonated deeply within the spirits of those who had long feared the unknown. The faithful began to envision their loved ones enveloped in light, free from pain and suffering. The fervor spread like wildfire through the city, igniting passion and, at times, panic. The old ways clashed violently with the new. In the great amphitheaters, crowds gathered not only to witness the gladiators' brutal fights, but also to hear the passionate sermons of Christians, who stood boldly against the might of Rome's gods. With every declaration of faith, the seeds of unrest were sown. The Romans, uneasy with this growing movement, reacted with hostility. Persecution became a grim reality, yet the message of hope endured, its roots digging deep into the soil of the human heart. The tension was palpable, crackling like the flames of the burning torches that lined the forum. The echo of a martyr's last words could be heard amid the roar of the crowd. "Into your hands I commit my spirit." The voice rang out, bold even in the face of death, igniting a fierce loyalty amongst the believers. The courage of these early Christians became a source of strength, their unwavering faith in an afterlife filled with love and joy overshadowing the fear of punishment. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the city, small groups of Christians would gather in catacombs, their sanctuary beneath the earth. Here, they shared the Eucharist, breaking bread and drinking wine in remembrance of the Last Supper. The laughter and tears mingled in the dim light, a testament to their shared faith. They clung to the belief that death was not the end but a passage, a doorway to an eternal existence bathed in light. This radical shift in belief began to permeate Roman society. The allure of eternal life, especially for those marginalized and oppressed, became irresistible. The wealthy, once preoccupied with earthly power and status, started to reconsider their priorities. The teachings of humility, love, and sacrifice seeped into the cracks of their gilded lives. They sought out the Christians who had once been scorned, hoping to grasp something far more precious than gold: salvation. As the 3rd century dawned, the influence of Christianity continued to grow, weaving its way through the fabric of Roman culture. The old temples stood silently, their gods seemingly impotent against this new wave of belief. The promise of eternal life began to overshadow the ancient rituals, reshaping the way the Romans viewed death and what lay beyond. The idea of judgment remained, but now it was not merely a terrifying fate in the underworld, but rather a moment of reckoning that could lead to everlasting joy. The tension between the old and the new reached a boiling point. The Roman Empire, once steadfast in its traditions, found itself at a crossroads. The whispers of a new faith could no longer be ignored. As emperors began to convert, the shift became undeniable. Christianity, once an outcast, now stood at the forefront of society, ready to rewrite the rules of life, death, and everything in between. In this clash of civilizations, the battle for the soul of Rome was fierce and relentless. The streets were alive with fervor as believers proclaimed their newfound faith, while others clung desperately to the dying embers of their ancient gods. As the fire of Christianity burned brighter, it ignited a revolution in thought, belief, and ultimately, the understanding of what awaited beyond the grave. And so, the tide began to turn. The hearts of the Romans, once anchored to fear and uncertainty, now danced with hope, embracing the promise of a life everlasting. In secret catacombs and public squares, they found their voices. The narrative of the afterlife was transforming, a story of redemption unfolding amidst the chaos, an evolution that would resonate throughout history, forever changing the landscape of belief and faith. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its final glow across the city, the air thick with anticipation, the stage was set for an unprecedented transformation. The interplay of light and darkness reflected the struggle within the hearts of the people, a dramatic battle for belief, belonging, and what lay beyond. The door to the afterlife had been cracked open, and in that moment, it was clear that something monumental was about to unfold. The sun dipped low over the Roman Forum, casting long shadows that danced like whispers of ancient deities. A chill ran through the air as the echo of a distant chant drifted from the Temple of Jupiter. The streets buzzed with life, where merchants hawked their wares and children chased each other beneath the watchful eyes of marble statues. Yet, even in this bustling center of civilization, a subtle shift was palpable, as though the very stones were holding their breath, teetering on the brink of a monumental change. As the evening drew closer, the flickering flames of oil lamps began to light up the darkening streets. Citizens filled the temples, offering sacrifices to the gods who had watched over them for generations. They prayed for good harvests, victory in battle, and the favor of the mighty Jupiter. But in the shadows, an undercurrent of doubt began to stir. Questions flitted like moths around the flame of tradition. What if the old ways no longer held power? What if the gods had turned their backs? In the dimly lit corners of the city, small gatherings began to form. Groups of people, often shunned or whispered about, gathered in secret to share stories of a man named Jesus. His message of love, forgiveness, and salvation resonated deeply, igniting a spark of hope in their hearts. The contrast was stark, between the weight of sacrifice at the altars of the old gods and the lightness of faith offered to a new God who asked only for belief. One such group, huddled in a cramped room tucked away from the prying eyes of the streets, sat in rapt attention. A young woman named Claudia spoke softly, her voice trembling with passion. "He teaches us that we are all loved, regardless of our past," she told the others, her eyes shining with fervor. "Can you imagine a world without fear of the God's wrath? A world where we can love one another freely?" Hope mingled with fear as those listening wrestled with their desires and the teachings they had been raised to obey. But outside, the winds of change were fierce. The empire, built on the backs of soldiers and slaves, was rife with strife. Roman legions returned home from distant lands, their hearts heavy with the memories of blood and conquest. Their return heralded not just tales of glory, but also a creeping unease, an unshakable sense that the old gods could no longer protect the empire. In the marketplace, a man named Lucius, a former soldier, stood at a crossroads. He had witnessed the crumbling of walls in faraway lands, the bloodshed that followed battles fought in the name of the empire. Now, as he stared at the young children playing in the dusty streets, he felt a crack in his heart. The old rites seemed hollow, promises unfulfilled. He had sacrificed, prayed, and fought, yet peace eluded him. What if there is a different way? He pondered, his mind racing with thoughts of Claudia's whispered teachings. As night fell, the moon bathed the city in a silvery glow, transforming the familiar into something mystical. The Temple of Mars, once a symbol of strength and valor, now felt like a relic of a fading era. Citizens walked by, glancing up at the towering structure, yet many felt an emptiness in their hearts that the old gods could no longer fill. Could they really turn to a new faith? Could they risk the wrath of the gods they had worshipped all their lives? Tension crackled in the air, a potent blend of fear and hope. Those who began to embrace the teachings of Christianity faced persecution. Their boldness met with hostility. They were accused of undermining the empire, of inciting rebellion against the very foundations of Roman culture. Yet, for some, the call was too strong to resist. They found solace in the teachings, a sense of belonging that transcended societal boundaries. In a quiet corner of the city, a clandestine meeting took place under the cover of darkness. The flickering light from a single oil lamp cast elongated shadows that seemed to reach out, yearning for connection. Here, men and women gathered, their hearts pounding with a mixture of excitement and fear. "We are the body of Christ," Claudia urged, her voice trembling with conviction. "Together we can be strong. Together we can change the world." The words resonated deeply, igniting a fire that burned fiercely in their souls. In the face of opposition, hope flourished. Whispers of the new faith spread like wildfire, crossing social classes and backgrounds. The promise of a loving God, one who welcomed the outcast and the sinner, was an intoxicating antidote to the fear of the old gods. Yet, as the movement grew, so did the pushback. The flames of anger and resentment flickered in the eyes of the traditionalists, those who clung desperately to the past. They felt their world slipping away, the familiar rituals being replaced by the unorthodox practices of this new sect. The tension escalated, and soon, the streets would erupt in conflict, the clash of beliefs echoing through the very foundations of Rome. In the depths of the catacombs, hidden away from the light, the Christians found refuge. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and candles, mingling with the whispered prayers and hymns that filled the darkness. They met in secret, forging bonds that transcended the threats outside. Every flickering flame was a testament to their resilience, each prayer a declaration of their newfound faith. As the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness, illuminating the city, the foundations of Roman culture began to tremble. The shift from paganism to Christianity was no longer a mere whisper. It was a roar echoing through the streets. The gods of the old ways seemed to fade into the background, their power waning as a new belief system began to take root in the hearts of the people. The path ahead was fraught with peril, yet the promise of something greater pulsed through the veins of the city. Hope surged, weaving itself into the very fabric of Roman life. The clash of ideals would soon erupt into a battle not just for the soul of the empire, but for the very essence of faith itself. The transition was a tempest, and the outcome remained uncertain. But one thing was clear: the heart of Rome would never be the same again. The flicker of torches illuminated the ancient Roman cemetery, casting long shadows that danced eerily among the tombstones. Night settled softly over the land, yet a heavy silence weighed in the air, as if the very earth held its breath, teetering on the brink of something sacred, a moment between life and what lay beyond. In the minds of the living, the specter of death was not merely an end. It was a passage, a transition that demanded respect and legal acknowledgement. For the Romans, the afterlife was a tapestry woven with beliefs, laws, and rituals, each thread vital to the fabric of their society. To the Romans, burial was not just a matter of physical remains. It was a profound act of love and duty. The law dictated that the body of a deceased person deserved a proper burial, a rite that ensured not only peace for the departed but also protection for the living. The spirit, they believed, lingered in a fragile state, needing guidance to navigate the uncertain waters of the afterlife. Neglecting such duties could summon ill fortune, and no Roman wished to invite the wrath of restless spirits. The excitement of a funeral marked the shift from one world to another, transforming grief into a dance of remembrance. Families would gather, cloaked in black, their faces painted with sorrow yet illuminated by candles. The funeral procession was a grand affair, filled with ritual and pageantry. Lamentations echoed through the streets as mourners carried the body to its final resting place, adorned with offerings to appease the gods and honor the dead. The law mandated that certain rites must be observed to ensure that the deceased spirit could find peace, a notion so deeply embedded in Roman culture that it resonated far beyond mere tradition. In the Roman legal system, the concept of manes, the spirits of the deceased, was a critical legal aspect. It was believed that these spirits remained connected to their earthly lives, requiring homage and remembrance to secure their favor. To abandon the dead was to risk not only the fate of the departed but also the well-being of the living. A failure to comply with the burial rites could lead to dire consequences, with the living facing sickness, misfortune, or even the wrath of the gods themselves. With such stakes, the act of burial transformed into a powerful legal obligation, binding families to their ancestors and shaping societal norms. The law also dictated the specifics of burial sites. Romans treasured their communal spaces. Tombs were often located along roadsides, allowing the living to visit and pay their respects to those who had gone before. The wealthy could afford grand mausoleums, adorned with intricate carvings and inscriptions, telling tales of valor and virtue. For those less fortunate, simpler graves served as reminders of their existence, of lives once lived and memories cherished. Each burial site was a testament to individual life, yet it echoed the collective narrative of the Roman Empire, where every soul contributed to the greater story. Within the legal framework, distinctions emerged between different classes of the deceased. Slaves, for example, faced a different fate. Their lives, viewed through the lens of property, meant that their deaths were often marked by less ceremony and fewer rites. Yet even in this, Romans felt a moral tug, a need to honor the spirit of those who served them. Some masters provided their slaves with burials, though often these were minimal. The act of laying a slave to rest spoke volumes about the complexities of Roman society, where love and duty intertwined with law and ownership. Yet not all were fortunate to find peace after death. The law was unyielding, and those condemned for crimes could face a dreadful fate. Their bodies denied the quietude of a proper burial. Instead, they were cast aside, left to rot in the open or disposed of in unmarked graves, their souls trapped in a limbo of unrest. These forgotten figures, stripped of dignity, haunted the streets of Rome, their absence felt in whispered fears and cautionary tales. The living were reminded of the consequences of life's choices, aware that dishonor in life could lead to eternal torment in death. In this world of intricate legalities surrounding burial and death, the reverberations of loss were palpable. A mother's wail for her child pierced through the night, raw and unrestrained, an echo of heartbreak felt by all. Each sob carried the weight of ancient laws, of the obligations that tied the living to the dead. The emotional turmoil of a funeral, enriched with laws of mourning, echoed through the ages. Grief became an act of defiance against the impermanence of life, a testament to love that transcended the grave. As the night deepened, the flames of the torches flickered, casting a warm glow over the mourners who gathered around the grave. They spoke in hushed tones, sharing stories that celebrated the life of the departed, binding their memories with laughter and tears. In these moments, the boundaries of life and death blurred, each tale a thread that connected them not only to the deceased but also to one another. The law might dictate the rituals, but the emotions ran deeper than any legal text could capture. Each tear shed was a promise to remember, to honor, and to love, a powerful force that transcended the mortality of flesh. The murmur of the crowd ebbed and flowed like the tide, a reminder that death was not an end but a continuation of the story, woven into the very fabric of Roman life. The rituals, the laws, and the emotions all coalesced into an understanding that life, with its fleeting moments, was sacred. The afterlife lay patiently beyond the horizon, waiting to embrace those who followed the laws of the living. As the last candle flickered, its light mingling with the stars, the cycle of life and death spiraled onward, an eternal dance that neither time nor law could sever. On a moonlit night in ancient Rome, shadows danced across the cobbled streets, whispering secrets of the past and the mysteries of what lay beyond. The city, bustling with life, held an undercurrent of haunting thoughts, the inevitable journey each soul would take after death. It was a question that stirred the hearts of poets and philosophers, igniting their imaginations and laying bare their fears and hopes. In the quiet corners of their minds, they grappled with the idea of the afterlife, crafting verses that echoed through the ages, resonating with the profound emotions of love, loss, and longing. Virgil, the great poet, gazed into the depths of his imagination, piecing together the vision of the afterlife in his epic, the Aeneid. With every line, he painted a world where souls wandered through the fields of Elysium, a paradise for the virtuous. The fragrant air, filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, beckoned heroes who had lived honorable lives. In that sacred space, laughter mingled with the gentle rustle of leaves, creating a symphony of joy unmarred by earthly sorrows. It was a place where the greatest souls found rest, where they could finally escape the burdens of their mortal existence. Yet, lurking behind that beauty was an unsettling reality. Those who had strayed from the path of virtue faced the darkness of the Underworld, a realm ruled by the stern figure of Pluto. In a dimly lit room, a philosopher named Seneca sat hunched over scrolls, his mind racing with thoughts of mortality. He believed that death was not an end, but a transformation. The concept wrapped around him like a cloak, both comforting and chilling. He wrote of the soul's liberation from the body, an escape from the pain of life. Yet, there was an undeniable tension in his words, a sense of urgency. What if the soul was not welcomed in the afterlife? What if it wandered, lost in a limbo of despair, forever haunted by the choices made on earth? Seneca's reflections stirred a restless anxiety in those who read his teachings, igniting a spark of fear that flickered like a candle in the dark. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Ovid took to his pen, crafting vivid tales of transformation and rebirth. In his Metamorphoses, he wove stories that blended myth with reality, capturing the essence of change. Death, he proclaimed, was merely a passage, a metamorphosis into something new. Yet, there was an unmistakable sadness in his verses. The lovers who transformed into stars, the trees that once were humans, all echoed the pain of what was lost. The afterlife, in Ovid's view, was a canvas painted with both joy and sorrow, a bittersweet reminder of the fleeting nature of existence. As readers turned the pages, they felt a tug at their heartstrings, an ache that lingered long after the last word was read. The whispers of the philosophers grew louder in the taverns and forums, where citizens grappled with existential questions over goblets of wine. Epicurus, with his tranquil demeanor, argued that fear of the afterlife was the root of all human suffering. He urged his followers to embrace the here and now, to savor the joys of life, for death was simply the end of sensation. But in the flickering candlelight, doubt crept into the hearts of many. What if they were wrong? What if there was something waiting on the other side? Something dreadful? The thought sent shivers down spines, awakening a primal fear that lingered like a ghost at the edges of their consciousness. In the shadows of the forum, a young poet named Catullus wrote passionate verses, his heart ablaze with the fire of love and loss. His words spilled ink onto parchment, capturing the fleeting moments of joy and the crushing weight of despair. Death was an inevitable lover, always lurking, ready to claim what was most precious. In his poetry, he lamented the loss of his beloved, his words drenched in longing. The afterlife became a distant echo, a haunting reminder that love, though eternal, often faced the cruel hands of fate. Each stanza resonated with the agony of separation, striking chords of empathy and sadness in the hearts of those who dared to read. Then there was Lucretius, who wielded the power of reason with a delicate touch. His poem De Rerum Natura explored the nature of the universe and the soul. He mused that death was simply the dissolution of atoms, a return to the void. Yet even in this rationality, there lay an underlying fear. What if that void concealed something far more terrifying? What if the soul, once freed, found itself trapped in an endless cycle of rebirth, never truly escaping the chains of existence? His words, laden with logic, tugged at the heart, leaving readers in a state of unease, questioning their deepest beliefs. The debates raged on, each philosopher and poet contributing to a cacophony of thoughts that echoed through the streets of Rome. Night after night, the citizens gathered, sharing stories, fears, and hopes. The afterlife loomed large in their collective consciousness, a tapestry woven with threads of mythology and philosophy. Tales of heroes and gods intertwined with the lives of ordinary people, drawing them into a web of shared humanity. The emotions ran deep, causing hearts to race and minds to wander into the unknown. As time slipped through the fingers of the city, the lines between life and death blurred. The poets and philosophers became vessels of an eternal struggle, navigating the choppy waters of existence. They tapped into the raw emotions of their audience, stirring a longing for something greater, something beyond the finality of death. The afterlife remained a tantalizing mystery, a beacon of hope for the virtuous and a source of dread for the wicked. And so, the verses continued to flow, the discussions grew ever more heated, and the stories of the afterlife intertwined with the very fabric of Roman life. Each heartbeat resonated with the question that had no answer, a question that would echo through the ages, leaving behind a haunting melody of wonder and fear, forever beckoning the curious to seek what lay beyond the veil of mortality. In ancient Egypt, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the last rays painted the sky with hues of gold and crimson. A woman named Nefertari stood beside her husband's tomb, her heart heavy with loss. The air was thick with the scent of myrrh and incense. She whispered prayers into the twilight, her voice a soft melody carried away by the evening breeze. Nefertari was not just a grieving widow. She was a guardian of her husband's afterlife, a role steeped in centuries of tradition and belief. Her heart pulsed with the rhythm of generations, for women were not mere bystanders in the afterlife. They were powerful forces, shaping the passage to eternity. From the earliest days of civilization, women played vital roles in the spiritual fabric of their societies. In Sumer, priests and priestesses worshipped alongside men, and women held positions of power in temples dedicated to goddesses like Inanna, who governed love and war. These sacred spaces were not just places of worship, they were the very heartbeats of their communities. Women like Nefertari carried this legacy forward, embodying the strength and compassion that was woven into the tapestry of their cultures. In ancient Greece, women were often confined to the shadows of their male counterparts, yet they found ways to influence the realms of the divine. The cults of Demeter and Persephone were nurtured by women who understood the profound bonds of life, death, and rebirth. As they gathered in the moonlight, sharing secrets and laughter, they honored the cycle of the seasons and the sacred bond between mother and daughter. Their rituals, filled with emotion and yearning, spoke of a profound understanding of loss and the hope of reunion in the afterlife. Women sang hymns that echoed through the valleys, their voices mingling with the whispers of the wind, creating a haunting melody that lingered long after they had departed. In the land of the Maya, women held sway over the afterlife through their roles as spiritual leaders and caretakers. They were the weavers of destiny, their hands crafting intricate tapestries that depicted the journey of the soul. The afterlife was not a distant realm. It was a continuation of the earthly life, shaped by the actions and intentions of the living. Women, revered for their wisdom, conducted ceremonies that ensured the safe passage of loved ones. Their hearts were entwined with the cycles of life, and they understood the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. As dusk settled over the ancient world, the stories of these women became intertwined with the myths of their cultures. In Norse mythology, the Valkyries, fierce warrior maidens, chose who would live and who would die on the battlefield. Yet, they were more than just harbingers of death. They guided souls to Valhalla, where the brave would feast in glory. The tales of these women resonated through the ages, their strength and honor immortalized in the sagas sung by skalds around flickering fires. The thrill of their courage sent shivers down the spines of those who listened, a reminder that the afterlife was not just an end but a new beginning. In the rich tapestry of Hindu beliefs, women played an essential role in rituals and ceremonies surrounding death. The goddess Kali, a fierce protector, embodied the cycle of destruction and renewal. Women, as keepers of this sacred fire, performed rites that honored ancestors and ensured their peaceful passage. They sang prayers that meshed with the rustling leaves, their voices weaving a connection between the mortal realm and the divine. Each chant carried the weight of generations, a reminder that the bonds of family stretched beyond the grave, intertwining lives in an everlasting embrace. In the African traditions, women emerged as the backbone of spiritual practices surrounding the afterlife. They were the storytellers, passing down the legacies of ancestors through oral traditions. Their tales were filled with the wisdom of ages, echoing the struggles and triumphs of those who came before. Under the starlit sky, they gathered in circles, their voices rising in unison, invoking the spirits of their forebears. The air crackled with energy, the very essence of their lineage alive in every word spoken, every song sung. Women were not merely participants. They were the keepers of memory, ensuring that the afterlife was a place of connection and belonging. Throughout time, as societies evolved, the roles of women in afterlife beliefs remained a constant, a thread woven through the ages. In medieval Europe, women created rituals that honored the deceased, lighting candles and reciting prayers. They understood the intimate connection between the living and the dead, bridging the chasm that separated the two. Each flicker of flame danced in rhythm with their hopes and fears, a testament to their unwavering belief that love transcends even death. Yet, as history marched forward, the voices of these women sometimes faded into the background, overshadowed by patriarchal narratives. But their stories, like whispers on the wind, remained. In the quiet corners of history, the echoes of their strength still resonate, reminding us that they were the architects of the afterlife, shaping the very fabric of belief and practice. Their legacies, rich with emotion and resilience, continue to influence contemporary understandings of life, death, and what lies beyond. As Nefertari stood before the tomb, her heart ached with the love she had shared, the memories woven into every stone. She felt the warmth of her ancestors surrounding her, their strength coursing through her veins. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that danced around her, a reminder of the cycles she belonged to, the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. The tales of those women who came before her filled her heart, each one a thread in the intricate tapestry of existence. The darkness deepened, and an owl hooted in the distance. Nefertari closed her eyes, envisioning a place where her husband would wait for her beyond the veil of mortality. She knew her prayers would guide him, that her love would light the way. And in that moment, she understood that her role in the afterlife was not merely a duty. It was a sacred bond, an eternal connection that would never fade. With every breath, she felt the weight of the past and the promise of the future. The stories of women across cultures echoed in her mind, a chorus of strength and resilience. Each heartbeat was a reminder that she was not alone. Her ancestors stood beside her, their spirits intertwined in an everlasting embrace that transcended time itself. And as the stars emerged, twinkling like distant lanterns in the night sky, she whispered another prayer, a silent promise that the legacy of women in the afterlife would never be forgotten. In the quiet before dawn, the Roman camp lay shrouded in a blanket of mist, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and impending battle. Soldiers lay still, though their minds raced with thoughts of glory and dread. Each man knew the weight of his armor, but it was the weight of death that pressed heavier on their hearts. The flickering of a torch revealed their faces, some youthful, others weathered by time and experience. All wore the same look, a mixture of determination and fear that spoke of the unspoken bond they shared. This was more than a fight for land. It was a struggle against the very essence of mortality. As the sun began to rise, bathing the camp in a soft, golden light, the soldiers gathered around a fire, their breath fogging the air. They spoke in low tones, sharing stories from home, laughter mingling with the somber reality of their existence. Each tale was a thread, weaving their lives together, yet every thread was tinged with the understanding that one day, perhaps today, one of them might be severed. The very thought hung heavily over them like a sword ready to drop. Roman soldiers were more than mere fighters. They were men shaped by a culture that had its own complex relationship with death. In a society that celebrated valor and honor, the fear of dying in battle was often overshadowed by the fear of dying without honor. To fall in combat was to embrace a noble end, to join the ranks of the heroic dead who would be remembered and revered. The soldiers believed that a glorious death would secure their place among the stars, ensuring their legacy would live on through the stories told by those who survived. Yet, beneath that bravado, there was an undeniable truth. Death was a relentless specter, lurking just beyond the shield. A centurion stood among his men, his voice steady and commanding. He spoke not only of strategy but of the certainty of death on the battlefield. You will fight not just for the empire, but for the memory of those who came before you. They stand with us in this fight. His words resonated, each syllable a reminder of the thin line between life and death. The soldiers shared glances, their resolve hardening. They were warriors, bound by duty and honor, yet each man harbored a flicker of doubt, a whisper of fear in the corners of his mind. As they prepared for the day ahead, the tension swelled among them. The sound of clanging swords and the scent of sweat and metal filled the air. Each soldier tightened his grip on his weapon, the familiar weight bringing a sense of comfort amidst the chaos that lay ahead. The thought of their fallen brothers haunted them, men who had fought valiantly, only to be snuffed out like a candle. They could almost hear the echoes of their laughter, the stories they shared, the dreams they had yet to fulfill. Would they, too, become a memory? Would their names be etched in the annals of history or simply fade away like whispers lost to the wind? In the midst of this turmoil, omens and portents were taken seriously. The Romans believed that the gods watched over them. Their favor or disfavor could tilt the scales of fate. Soldiers often turned to augurs, priests who interpreted the will of the gods through the flights of birds or the internal organs of sacrificed animals. A favorable sign could bolster a soldier's confidence, while an ill omen could send chills down his spine. The night before battle, many would gather in quiet corners, offering hushed prayers, hoping for divine protection. Yet, deep down, they understood that fate was fickle, a cruel mistress who played with their lives as if they were mere pawns on a chessboard. As the sun climbed higher, the time for battle arrived. The soldiers, lined up, felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through their veins. The sound of war horns shattered the morning silence, and the ground trembled beneath the weight of thousands of marching feet. Fear gripped the hearts of some, while others transformed that fear into fervor. They moved as one, a sea of red and gold, a testament to the might of Rome. But beyond the armor and the battle cries, each man carried the burden of his own mortality. In the heat of combat, the chaos of battle became a surreal dance. Swords clashed, shields splintered, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Each swing of a sword, each thrust of a spear, brought a life closer to its end. The soldiers fought not only against their enemies but against the very idea of death itself. In this moment, time slowed. They could almost feel the presence of those who had fallen before them, their spirits urging them on, whispering tales of courage and sacrifice. Yet death came unexpectedly, and those who once stood shoulder to shoulder were suddenly separated by the cruel hand of fate. A companion fell, eyes wide in shock, as life slipped away. Another's cries echoed in the cacophony of war, a haunting reminder that this was not just a game of glory. The soldiers fought on, but in their hearts, they bore the weight of loss, a reminder that honor and death were inseparable. They pressed forward, hearts pounding, blood racing. Each man fought not just for the empire, but for the memory of those who had already given everything. Death was not the end. It was a bridge to a legacy, a connection to the past. In the chaos, they found purpose, embracing the fear that hounded them. They would not let their lives be snuffed out without a fight. As the battle wore on, the landscape became a tapestry of chaos, filled with the sounds of war, shouts, clangs, and the cries of the dying. And amid it all, the thought of mortality became a constant companion, one that they could neither escape nor ignore. The soldiers fought valiantly, hearts filled with a mix of dread and defiance, knowing that for each of them, the moment would come when they would have to face that ultimate truth. In the shadows of the ancient Roman streets, whispers floated through the air like the delicate scent of incense wafting from the temples of distant lands. To the citizens of Rome, the afterlife was an enigma wrapped in tradition and superstition, but on the fringes of their society lay a transformative influence. Eastern religions, carrying with them ideas that would stir the hearts and minds of the Roman people in ways they could scarcely imagine. Amid the bustling marketplaces and grand forums, Romans were accustomed to the familiar specter of the afterlife. They believed in a shadowy existence in the underworld, ruled by the somber figure of Hades. Souls, they thought, were weighed down by their earthly deeds, destined to wander the darkness unless a proper burial and rites were performed. Yet, as Eastern thoughts began to seep into the Roman consciousness, new visions of life after death emerged, igniting a flicker of hope amidst the fear of oblivion. It was in the early days of the empire that the stories of the East began to filter into the hearts of Romans. The haunting tales of reincarnation and karma from the far lands of India and Persia presented a radical departure from the rigid doctrines of the past. These ideas offered a sense of continuity, a promise that life was not merely a fleeting moment to be judged harshly but a grand tapestry, where every thread of existence was woven anew with each passing life. The notion of returning, of living again, filled many with a sense of comfort and wonder. Under the glow of flickering oil lamps, Roman citizens gathered in secret, sharing the stories of their Eastern counterparts. They spoke of a divine will turning, of souls reborn into new forms, each life a chance to learn, to grow, to seek enlightenment. The more they listened, the more they felt a shift, a stirring deep within their souls that challenged the very foundations of their beliefs. Would they forever be trapped in the dark underworld, or could they, too, aspire to rise beyond? Meanwhile, the allure of mystery wrapped itself around these new ideas like a vine climbing an ancient colonnade. The Eastern philosophies told of a realm where souls could be purified, a promise of salvation that contrasted sharply with the grim fate awaiting the unworthy in the Roman afterlife. The concept of an eternal soul, one that continued its journey through different lives, resonated with those who longed for meaning beyond the grave. As the sun set, casting long shadows on the cobblestone streets, gatherings of seekers grew in popularity. They would share their dreams of rebirth, their hopes for a life that transcended the mortal coil. In these clandestine meetings, a mystical energy began to pulse, a collective yearning for something more. They debated the teachings of the Upanishads and the Zoroastrian texts, their hearts racing with the thrill of new ideas that promised to challenge the very essence of their reality. The marketplace thrummed with excitement as merchants sold not just wares but visions, from talismans promising protection in the afterlife to scrolls inscribed with potent prayers for the soul's journey. Curious minds, once content with the predictable cycle of death and burial, now sought charms that could bring them closer to enlightenment. They looked for ways to escape the fears of eternal darkness, clinging to the promise of reincarnation and the hope of a brighter existence in the next life. But with this burgeoning interest came tension, as the old Roman beliefs clashed with the breath of Eastern spirituality. Stoic philosophers raised their brows in skepticism, questioning the very nature of the human soul and the moral implications of rebirth. What of the law of the land? What of justice? They would argue. Yet, for every skeptic, there were countless others who felt the pulse of something deeper, an awakening that could not be dismissed. As tensions rose, gatherings turned into fervent debates, igniting passionate discussions that echoed through the grand halls of the Senate and the quiet corners of taverns. the fabric of Roman society began to fray, torn between tradition and the intoxicating lure of new beliefs. Some sought to harmonize the two, proposing a synthesis that would honor ancestral customs while embracing the mysteries from the East. They envisioned a new pathway, a bridge between the forgotten shadows of the underworld and the luminous prospects of reincarnation. In the heat of these discussions, the figure of Mithras emerged, a god whose cult appealed to the soldier and the seeker alike. Mithras, born from a rock, slayed a bull in a ritual that symbolized life, death, and rebirth. His followers believed that through initiation into this sacred fraternity, they could transcend the ordinary and grasp the divine. This melding of Eastern and Western thought stirred a collective fervor, tantalizing Romans with the idea that life could be a cycle of growth rather than a final destination. Yet, beneath the surface of this hopeful transformation simmered an undercurrent of fear. The old gods, once revered and feared, sensed a shift in their dominion. As temples dedicated to Jupiter and Neptune stood tall, their faithful worshippers began to question the long-held beliefs that had shaped their society for centuries. The priests cried out in warning, invoking omens and portents, urging the populace to return to the old ways before the very fabric of their world unraveled. As dusk fell over the city, the tension escalated, and the streets filled with passionate voices echoing the struggle between the comforting chains of tradition and the liberating call of the unknown. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very gods themselves were holding their breath, watching the clash of beliefs unfold. Every heart beat faster, every whisper carried the weight of history. As Romans stood on the edge of a new reality, poised between the darkness of their past and the shimmering promise of an afterlife reborn, the echoes of ancient chants blended with the fervor of new prayers, creating a symphony of hope and fear. In this vibrant tapestry of belief, the notion of what lay beyond death was no longer a simple matter of judgment but a complex dance of possibilities. A swirling, captivating mystery that threatened to rewrite the very essence of existence. The air crackled with energy, and somewhere, hidden in the shadows, the next wave of thought was gathering strength, ready to propel Rome into an uncharted future filled with both peril and promise. In the dim light of the catacombs, shadows flickered against stone walls, whispering the stories of lives long gone. The air hung heavy with the weight of history, and every step echoed with unspoken farewells. Roman tombs, with their intricate carvings and poetic inscriptions, were not merely resting places. They were portals to another world, where love, loss, and hope intertwined in a dance as old as time itself. The entrance to these sacred spaces often bore witness to the glory and despair of human existence. Families poured their hearts into crafting elaborate mausoleums, each one a testament to the bonds that death could not sever. Some tombs were simple, humble, adorned with flowers and a few heartfelt words. Others rose like great monuments, boasting statues of the deceased, draped in garments as if they might rise at any moment. Each figure carved in stone captured the essence of a life lived, immortalizing their joy, sorrow, and even their dreams. Strolling through these ancient sites, one could almost feel the pulse of the past. Statues of gods and goddesses stood sentinel over the resting places, their stoic gazes offering comfort to the grieving. The Romans believed in an afterlife rich with emotion, and their artistry reflected that belief. They understood that death was not an end, but a transformation, a passage to a new realm where the soul might continue its journey. Mosaics adorned the floors of tombs, their colorful tiles portraying scenes of everyday life, divine encounters, and the promise of eternity. Each crafted piece told stories of laughter shared over a meal, of lovers embracing under the watchful eyes of Cupid, and of the peaceful fields of Elysium waiting beyond the veil. The vibrant colors of the tesserae seemed to dance underfoot, a celebration of life even in death. One particular tomb caught the eye, a grand edifice dedicated to a woman named Elia. Her likeness, carved with exquisite detail, gazed serenely into the distance. Her hair flowed like silk, and her gentle smile seemed to invite those passing by to remember her fondly. Surrounding her were vibrant mosaics depicting scenes of her life. Children played, flowers bloomed, and the sun shone brightly, all captured in tiny pieces of stone and glass. They were not just images. They were memories fixed in time. As one stood before Elia's tomb, a chill crept up the spine. The beauty of her memorial was powerful, a reminder that love transcends even the finality of death. Perhaps it was the knowledge that those who mourned her would gather here long after she was gone, sharing stories, laughter, and tears, creating an eternal cycle of remembrance. The tomb was a heartbeat, a place where the lives of the living intertwined with those of the dead. Nearby, another tomb held a different story. The statue of a soldier, chest puffed out and sword gripped tight, symbolized valor and sacrifice. His fierce expression seemed to tell tales of battles fought and comrades lost. Surrounding him were inscriptions that echoed with pride and honor, a promise that his bravery would never be forgotten. The Romans revered their heroes, and this soldier was no exception. His memory immortalized in stone and words. In stark contrast, a smaller tomb revealed the poignancy of loss. A mother cradled her child, both figures delicately carved with tears that seemed to shimmer like dew in the morning light. The heart-wrenching scene drew visitors close, inviting them to pause and reflect. The love captured in that moment transcended time, speaking to the universal bond between a parent and child. It wasn't just art. It was a poignant reminder of heartbreak and hope, a testament to the enduring spirit of motherhood. The act of remembering was sacred in Roman culture, and it manifested through their art. As loved ones gathered at these graves, they brought offerings, flowers, coins, and even food, items that would accompany the dead on their journey. This practice revealed a deep-seated belief that the dead were never truly gone. They lived on in memory and in the hearts of those who remained. Rich mosaics depicted scenes of the afterlife, offering glimpses into what awaited beyond the grave. Vibrant colors illustrated the Elysian Fields, a paradise where souls rested in eternal peace. Vines heavy with grapes invited the viewer to partake in the abundance of life, while gentle streams flowed through lush landscapes, promising tranquility to those who had passed. Each piece was not just decoration. It was a sacred invitation to imagine the joy and serenity that awaited in the next life. In one corner of the tomb, a mosaic displayed a banquet scene, a celebration of life that resonated deeply with all who gazed upon it. Friends and family reclined on cushions, their laughter echoing through time. The lavish spread of fruits and wines depicted not just feasting but also the bonds of love and friendship that endure even in death. It spoke to a longing for connection, a desire to remember those who had walked the earth and shared moments of happiness. Every corner of these burial sites was alive with stories, emotions, and echoes of the past. The artistry captured the essence of life, struggles, victories, love, and loss. It whispered of the belief that death was not an end but a passage into something grander, something filled with light and laughter. As the last rays of sunlight filtered through the entrance, casting ethereal shadows across the tombs, a sense of reverence filled the air. Each masterpiece, each stone, and each ornate mosaic stood as a bridge between the living and the dead, a reminder that the afterlife was not a distant concept but an integral part of existence. The emotions wrapped around every visitor, drawing them into the intricate tapestry of life that the Romans had woven through their art. And with each step deeper into the world of the Romans, the promise of eternity lingered like a sweet fragrance, intertwining the past with the present and beckoning all towards the next revelation, where history and emotion would continue to collide in breathtaking harmony. In a dimly lit tomb, the air hangs heavy with the scent of ancient dust and the whispers of forgotten souls. A solitary figure kneels before a stone altar, tracing the intricate carvings that tell stories of lives long past. Among the artifacts that fill the space, small objects gleam in the flickering light, keys and coins, tokens of a journey into the unknown that awaits every spirit. These items, simple in appearance yet profound in meaning, hold the weight of centuries, each one a bridge between this world and the next. Keys, with their cold metal and intricate teeth, symbolize the power to unlock the mysteries of existence. In ancient Egypt, the key was a vital part of the afterlife. The dead were often buried with a key, believed to grant them access to the realm of the gods. Imagine the feeling of a grieving family, placing a key into the hands of a loved one, hoping it would guide their spirit through the gates of eternity. This act, filled with love and hope, also bears a shroud of fear, as the living wonder what lies beyond the veil. As the figure in the tomb shifts, the light catches a small coin resting beside the key. It is worn and tarnished, yet it tells a tale of its own. In ancient Greece, coins were placed in the mouths of the deceased, a payment for Charon, the ferryman of the Underworld. Without this coin, the souls of the dead would wander the shores of the Styx for eternity, lost and alone. The image of family members slipping coins into their loved ones' hands evokes a profound sadness, a desperate wish to ensure safe passage. The depth of love and the weight of sorrow intertwine, creating a poignant moment in the dance between life and death. These symbols, keys and coins, resonate through time, revealing the universal human desire to connect with the afterlife. In cultures around the world, similar rituals emerge. The ancient Romans would bury their dead with small tokens, often shaped like everyday objects, to provide comfort and sustenance in the next realm. Each item, carefully chosen, reflects the hopes and fears of those left behind, a testament to the enduring bond of family and community. As the figure moves through the tomb, their fingers brush against another artifact, a small clay model of a house. In ancient Chinese culture, miniature houses were created to ensure that the deceased had a place to dwell in the afterlife. The act of crafting these homes was a labor of love, a way to keep the spirit close to those who mourned them. The image of artisans pouring their hearts into these models, every curve and edge imbued with emotion, sends shivers down the spine. They believed that the spirits would inhabit these homes, preserving the memory of their lives and their families. In the flickering shadows, the figure stumbles upon a forgotten chest, ancient and adorned with symbols of protection. Inside lie amulets and talismans, each one a symbol of power over the unknown. Ancient Egyptians wore scarabs, believed to guide and protect the soul on its journey. The scarab, with its vibrant colors and delicate craftsmanship, encapsulates the essence of life, death, and rebirth. The figure imagines the artisans meticulously carving each scarab, pouring their hopes into the very essence of the object, creating a powerful symbol of the eternal cycle. But not all symbols are born of hope. In some cultures, the act of burying items alongside the dead was intertwined with fear. The ancient Celts believed in the restless spirits who roamed the earth, seeking retribution for wrongs done in life. Thus, they buried their dead with iron objects, thought to ward off these wandering souls. The contrast between protective symbols and those evoking fear adds layers to the narrative, illustrating the complex relationship humans have with death and the afterlife. With a sudden rush, the figure feels a chill in the air. The weight of history hangs heavy, echoing the unresolved emotions of those who came before. It's easy to forget that every token, the keys, the coins, the scarabs, was once held by someone who loved, suffered, and longed for connection. They are not just relics. They are vessels of emotion, infused with the hopes and fears of generations. The heartache of loss and the longing for reunion pulse through these symbols, creating an unbreakable bond between the living and the dead. In the shadows, a fleeting image materializes. A mother kneeling by her child's grave, placing a small toy in the earth. A coin, a key, a cherished trinket. Each item tells a story. The tears that fall into the soil are a prayer for peace, a yearning for comfort in the face of unimaginable loss. The symbolism of these acts transcends time, a silent thread connecting countless hearts across the ages. As the figure rises, they turn to leave the tomb, but the weight of the past lingers. Each step echoes the stories of those who loved and lost, who believed in the power of symbols to bridge the gap between life and what lies beyond. The glow from a distant torch flickers, illuminating a path that beckons them forward, a reminder that every ending is also a beginning. In the next chamber, more secrets await, carved from stone and memory, waiting to reveal their truths. The echoes of history ripple through the air, a reminder that the journey is far from over. The stories of the living and the dead intertwine, each breath a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, and the enduring power of symbols that define our existence. In the flickering torchlight of ancient temples, the air thick with incense and the whisper of prayers, there was a palpable tension, a yearning that hung over the faithful. The scent of myrrh and the soft rustle of robes surrounded a gathering of worshippers, their faces lit with hope and fear. They were not just there to honor a god. They craved something more profound. They sought eternal life. The imperial cult had woven itself into the very fabric of society, its threads glimmering with promises of immortality. To worship the emperor was to embrace divinity, to grasp at the threads of eternity that seemed just out of reach. The image of Augustus, the first emperor, loomed large over them, not merely a man but a deity, the bridge between the mortal and the divine. His ascension to the heavens was not just a tale. It was a promise, a beacon of hope for all who gazed upon his likeness. His name, echoing in the marble halls, was not just a title but a chant of reverence. Amid the stone and the shadow, an elderly priest named Tiberius stood, his hands trembling as he raised a chalice filled with wine. The liquid shimmered, reflecting the flicker of flames, as he invoked a blessing. In that moment, he was not just a man but a conduit for the gods. "Through you, we seek eternity," he proclaimed, his voice a mixture of longing and desperation. The crowd held its breath, waiting for that connection to the divine, the moment when their mortal fears could be washed away. But what did it mean to attain eternal life? It was not a simple promise whispered in the dark. It was a complex tapestry interwoven with sacrifice, loyalty, and profound faith. The emperors, seen as divine beings, demanded more than just worship. They wanted allegiance, devotion that transcended mere human understanding. The act of deification turned the rulers into gods, and in return, they offered their subjects the possibility of a legacy that would last beyond the grave. The temples became both sanctuaries and royal mausoleums, spaces where the living and the dead intertwined, a place where loyalty could grant a sense of continuity that was both comforting and terrifying. In a nearby shrine, a young woman named Celia knelt and pressed her forehead against the cool stone altar, tears streaking down her cheeks. Her heart ached with the loss of her father, a veteran who had served the empire faithfully. In her grief, she sought solace in the belief that he had been welcomed into the embrace of the gods, that his service would not fade into nothingness. She whispered a prayer, beseeching the emperor to accept her father's spirit, to grant him a place among the divine. The flickering flames danced, casting shadows that flickered like the memories of those they had lost. Celia's heart raced. Would her father's soul find peace? Would she, too, one day join him, transcending the limits of mortality? The echo of the imperial cult reverberated through every corner of the empire, reaching even the most remote villages. In the bustling streets of Rome, sculptors chiseled out statues of emperors, their expressions immortalized in stone, powerful and commanding. Each statue was a reminder that life could continue beyond death, that the greatest of leaders would always remain, guiding those still living. The echoes of the past called out, urging the people to believe, to participate in the cycle of worship that would bind them across the ages. Yet, beneath the surface of this devotion simmered a darker reality. The tales of those who rebelled against the emperor were whispered in hushed tones, tales of individuals who dared to challenge the notion of divine rule. The punishment for such defiance was severe, a brutal reminder of what happened to those who would disrupt this fragile belief in eternal life. In the dark of night, as the moon hung low, some would gather in secret, discussing the nature of power, the wisdom of life and death. They questioned whether true divinity lay in mortal rulers or in the hearts of the common people. As storm clouds gathered on the horizon, ominous and foreboding, the tension in the air grew thick. The promise of eternal life was not just a sweet song. It was a heavy cloak that could smother the spirit. There were whispers of dissent, of a new way, a new understanding of life and the afterlife. Could one's connection to the divine be found in acts of kindness, in the love shared between neighbors, rather than in the cold, unyielding stone of temples? In a candlelit chamber, philosophers debated passionately, their voices rising and falling like the tide. They spoke of the soul's journey and the potential for immortality that lied not in the hands of emperors but in the deeds of every individual. The air crackled with energy, each assertion met with fervent agreement or vehement denial. But one thing was certain. The quest for eternal life was an unquenchable fire, burning in the hearts of all. The rituals of the imperial cult continued, but the questions surrounding mortality lingered like shadows. Would the sacrifices demanded in the name of the emperor truly grant them immortality? And if so, at what cost? With every offering, every prayer, the line between faith and fear blurred, creating a mosaic of human emotion, a vibrant tapestry filled with hope, desperation, and an unyielding desire to grasp eternity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into twilight, Tiberius took a deep breath, feeling the weight of those who sought his guidance. He understood the paradox of the imperial promise. To worship was to participate in a grand design, to believe in something greater than oneself, and yet within that belief lay the fear of loss, of betrayal, of unanswered prayers. The flicker of the flames danced against his worn features, illuminating the lines of worry etched on his face. In that charged atmosphere, the flickers of hope and despair intertwined, creating a tension that enveloped the faithful. They stood at the precipice of faith, looking into the abyss of the unknown. Would they find eternal life, or would they become mere echoes in the corridors of history, lost to time? The answer hung in the air, tantalizingly out of reach, waiting for the next ritual, the next prayer, the next act of devotion to unfold. And within that uncertainty lay the essence of what it meant to be human, to hope, to fear, and to strive for something that felt infinitely beyond their grasp. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient streets of Rome, an eerie silence fell upon the city. The air thickened with anticipation, a palpable energy crackling beneath the surface. It was the time of Lemuria, a festival shrouded in mystery, where the veil between the living and the dead grew thin. Families gathered in their homes, clutching handfuls of black beans, ready to confront the ghosts that had lingered too long in the shadows of their lives. In the dim light, a mother whispered to her child, her voice barely above a tremor, "Tonight, we must honor them, the ones who passed before us. We must not let their spirits roam unchecked." The child, wide-eyed and trembling, nodded, knowing that the night would be filled with both fear and reverence. The beans were a symbol of release, a means to cast away the restless souls who might wander too close to the living. The festival unfolded with a haunting beauty. Streets were lined with flickering lanterns, their light dancing like spirits themselves. Families would pour the beans into the ground, chanting sacred words, begging the spirits to take the offerings and leave in peace. The sound of whispered prayers echoed through the night, rising like smoke into the starry sky, mingling with the scent of incense that wafted through the air. As midnight approached, the villagers gathered near the ancient altars, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the drums that echoed a warning. Each beat was a reminder of the delicate balance that existed between the realms of the living and the dead. At that moment, the air shifted, and a chill swept through the crowd. Eyes flickered nervously, searching for shadows that seemed to stretch and dance in the dim light. Excitement and trepidation mingled as the people felt the presence of unseen watchers. But the tension of Lemuria would soon give way to the warmth of Parentalia, a festival devoted to honoring not just the spirits of the restless dead, but the beloved ancestors whose love had shaped their very lives. As the first light of dawn broke, so did the heavy cloak of fear. Parentalia celebrated life and love, the memories that filled the hearts of the living with both joy and sorrow. Families adorned their homes with wreaths of flowers, offering them at the graves of their loved ones, a gesture of connection that transcended time and space. In the early morning light, a daughter knelt before her father's grave, her heart swelling with an ache that was both beautiful and painful. She placed a delicate wreath of violets at the base of the stone, speaking softly, as if her words could bridge the chasm that separated them. "I remember your laughter," she whispered, tears glistening like morning dew on her cheeks. "I remember your stories." For a brief moment, she felt his presence, as if the very air around her was filled with the warmth of his embrace. Around her, others were lost in their own moments of remembrance, sharing their grief and love in a collective heartbeat. The streets were alive with stories of the past, mingling with the fragrance of offerings and the sound of gentle laughter. The living honored the dead, not in fear, but in gratitude. Songs rose into the air, intertwining with the soft rustle of leaves, a symphony that celebrated the beauty of life and the inevitability of death. As the festival progressed, the connection between the living and the dead became almost tangible, a thread that wove families together across generations. For those few days, the city brimmed with nostalgia, guiding people to reflect on their roots, to remember where they came from and who they were. The veils of sadness were lifted, replaced by a joyous celebration of love that echoed through the ages. Yet the festivals were not merely ceremonies. They were profound cultural affirmations. Lemuria and Parentalia were reflections of a society that understood the fragility of life. They embraced the cycle of existence, the intertwining of loss and love. The ancient Romans knew that to forget the dead was to sever the ties that bind families together, to deny the very essence of what it meant to be human. In the twilight between Lemuria and Parentalia, a sense of urgency infused the air. The whispers of the past were not merely echoes. They were invitations. An elderly man, his face lined with the map of his years, stood at the center of a gathering, his voice rising above the murmurs. "We must remember," he said with a conviction that sent shivers down the spines of those gathered. "Our ancestors walk with us still. They guide us, they protect us, and in their silence, they speak." The crowd absorbed his words, a collective breath held in the anticipation of what was to come. The day would soon spill into night again, and with it would come the return of the shadows. Would the spirits of Lemuria linger after the warmth of Parentalia had passed? Would they remember the offerings, the love poured into the ritual of remembrance? The very essence of these festivals pulsed with a living energy, a force that bound the community together through shared grief, laughter, and the stories that never truly faded. As darkness fell once again, the lanterns flickered to life, illuminating the faces around the altar. The night was a blend of reverence and festivity, a dance between joy and sorrow. The swirling emotions created a tapestry that was as rich as the history it honored. Each heartbeat echoed the timeless truth that every end was also a beginning, that every farewell held within it the promise of reunion. Amid the flickering lights and the soft whispers of the past, the stories of Lemuria and Parentalia continued to weave through the lives of those who honored them. The rituals would not end. They would evolve, carrying the emotions, the lessons, and the love from one generation to the next. Through laughter and tears, the living would forever be connected to the dead, a beautiful reminder that, in remembering, they truly lived. In the dim light of a flickering oil lamp, a physician scribbled frantically on a piece of papyrus, his quill scratching against the surface like a desperate heartbeat. The air was thick with the scent of herbs and the weight of unspoken fears. Death was a constant visitor in ancient Rome, wrapped in a shroud of mystery. Yet here was this man, a healer, attempting to chart the unseen territories between life and what lay beyond. His work was not merely a pursuit of knowledge. It was a lifeline for those teetering on the edge of existence. The walls of his cramped study were lined with scrolls, each one a testament to his struggles against mortality. Each scroll held the names of patients, their ailments, and, most hauntingly, their last words. With every stroke of his quill, he wrestled with the eternal questions. What happens after we draw our last breath? Is there a place where the sick are restored, where pain is left behind? It was a delicate balance, the study of health intertwined inexorably with the contemplation of death. The physician's mind wandered to tales of the afterlife, stories shared in hushed tones by candlelight. Some spoke of the Elysian Fields, a paradise where the souls of the virtuous found eternal peace. Others whispered of Tartarus, a dark abyss for those weighed down by sins. He could feel the pull of these accounts, the tugging at his heart as he considered the fragile threads of life. How could his craft confront such mysteries? He had seen men and women fight bravely against their fates. Yet, in the end, their struggles led them to the same inevitable conclusion. The body would fail, but what of the spirit? His thoughts were interrupted by the soft sound of a patient entering his workspace, a frail figure cloaked in a heavy shawl. The woman, eyes sunken and cheeks pale, bore the marks of illness but also the heavy burden of fear. She had come seeking comfort, perhaps a cure, but what she truly needed was reassurance about the journey ahead. As he examined her, he felt the weight of responsibility like a stone pressing down on his chest. How could he, a mere mortal, offer solace when the afterlife remained such a profound enigma? He spoke softly, sharing the wisdom of Galen and Hippocrates, their teachings wrapping around them like a warm embrace. His words danced in the air, weaving tales of health, hoping to steer her away from the precipice of despair. Yet, as he spoke of remedies and potions, he could not shake the shadows lurking in the corners of his mind. Each ailment treated brought him one step closer to the inevitable. He, too, would encounter the realm beyond death one day. Would his years of healing prepare him for that journey? The room hummed with tension as the woman listened intently, her fear momentarily quieted by his words. Yet he could see it flickering back to life, much like the fading flame of the lamp. Her life was a candle, flickering precariously in the winds of fate. He wondered how many souls had stood in this very spot, seeking answers that he could not provide. His heart ached with the weight of their collective hopes and despair. In the depths of the Roman medical texts he admired, there were glimpses of the soul's resilience. They spoke of a spark, an essence that transcended the physical body, a notion that imbued even the direst medical conditions with a sense of hope. As he recounted tales of miraculous recoveries, a flicker of light crossed the woman's face, a brief moment where fear and hope danced together. But how long could that last? The physician understood that health and death were intertwined. One could not exist without the other. His heart raced as he thought of the rituals surrounding death, the sacrifices made to the gods, the elaborate funerals that followed the loss of a loved one. In those moments, he felt the weight of history pressing down, the knowledge that every individual life was part of a greater tapestry. Each person had their story, their fears, and their desires. How often had he watched families grieve, their hearts shattered like fragile glass? The lamp flickered again, casting shadows that twisted like the thoughts in his mind. He recalled the words of Seneca, who spoke of the fear of death as a curse, a burden that chained the living to their mortality. As he sat with the frail woman, he wondered if he could help her break those chains, even if only for a moment. He could guide her towards healing, but could he soothe her heart against the fear of what awaited? He took a breath, steadying himself as he spoke of the ancient beliefs that had shaped Roman life. The notion that the body must be treated with respect, that the rituals of death were as vital as the care in life. He told her of the importance of a proper burial, of the belief that the spirit would wander in the afterlife until it was given the peace of a final resting place. Her eyes widened as she absorbed the weight of these customs, a flicker of understanding illuminating the depths of her fear. But there was more. Something unspoken lurked in the shadows, a truth that gripped at his insides. He thought of the omens, the signs that the gods sent to warn the living. He could feel the heaviness of fate pressing down on him like the weight of a stone. Would he be able to guide her if the gods had already woven her thread of life to its end? As he reflected on the intertwining principles of health and death, he felt a shift in the air, a whisper of tension that wrapped around them both. The woman's breathing quickened, and he sensed her fear rising like a tide. Perhaps it was the weight of their conversation, of the great unknown that loomed ahead. He reached out, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder, hoping to anchor her amidst the tempest of her thoughts. Outside, the wind howled like a restless spirit, echoing the inner turmoil of those who faced illness. In that moment, as the physician and the woman shared the space between life and death, it became clear that the boundaries were not as defined as they seemed. Health and death were not adversaries. They were entwined in a dance that shaped every heartbeat, every breath. And so, as the flickering lamp cast a long shadow across the room, illuminating the faces of the living while the realms of the afterlife hovered just beyond. The physician knew that their conversation had just begun. The pulse of existence thrummed steadily in the air between them, a reminder that every moment, every breath, could lead to uncertainty or revelation. The stories of the past lingered, promising not just a glimpse into death, but the hope that even in the face of the unknown, the heart could still find its way. The air was thick with the scent of incense, mingling with the dampness of the earth on a sun-drenched Roman afternoon. People gathered in hushed tones around a wooden bier draped in somber cloth, their faces a canvas of sorrow and reverence. This was not merely a farewell. It was a declaration of faith in what lay beyond, a ritual steeped in ancient traditions that spoke of love, loss, and the profound mystery of the afterlife. Funerals in ancient Rome were not just events. They were grand spectacles, rich in symbolism and laden with expenses that reflected the deceased's status. Families would often go to great lengths to ensure that their loved ones were sent off in a manner befitting their position in society. The financial burden could be immense, leading even the wealthiest to contemplate their choices. The costs associated with a proper funeral could easily drain a family's savings, as each element, from the ornate procession to the lavish burial, was meticulously planned and executed. As the mourners thronged around the bier, one could feel the weight of tradition pressing down on them. The procession was about to begin, and with it, the sound of flutes and the soft thuds of marching feet would echo through the streets. These sounds danced through the air, intertwining with the mournful chants of the grieving, drawing the attention of passers-by. It was a performance that told the story of a life well lived, and a belief in the afterlife that was unshakable. In the shadows, a widow clutched her child, tears streaming down her cheeks. The man they mourned had been the breadwinner, a beloved figure in the community. His death left a gaping hole, but it was the financial implications that gnawed at her. The cost of the casket alone, made of fine wood and adorned with intricate carvings, was a staggering amount. The family had to choose between maintaining their reputation and ensuring they wouldn't drown in debt. The struggle sliced through her heart like a dagger. Funeral practices varied greatly, but one thing remained constant: the desire to honor the dead. The elite would often commission elaborate tombs, adorned with inscriptions that spoke of their accomplishments. They believed that the grandeur of these final resting places would secure a favorable afterlife. For others, simpler graves marked with simple stones sufficed, but even these bore significance. In a society that placed immense value on memory and legacy, every detail mattered. The sound of coins clinking echoed in the background as the family made their final arrangements. An undertaker, clad in somber attire, spoke in hushed tones about the costs: the hire of mourners, the purchase of wreaths, the preparation of the body. Each item on the list felt like a testament to their love, yet each price tag reminded them of their fragile circumstances. A common saying rang true among the populace: the dead can't pay their debts. This maxim weighed heavily on those who could not afford the lavish send-off their loved ones deserved. As the procession moved forward, the crowd swelled. Some wept openly, while others wore masks of stoicism. Even as tears flowed, the underlying current of the Roman economy shifted, marking the funeral as both an emotional and financial transaction. The people knew that this event would be whispered about for generations, shaping their memories of the deceased. Would they be remembered with respect, or would whispers of financial distress follow them into eternity? At the cemetery, moments stretched into an eternity. The digging of the grave was not merely a physical act. It was a symbolic severing of ties, a letting go that resonated deeply within every heart. Gravediggers, accustomed to the rhythm of death, worked with practiced hands, while family members stood by, their hearts heavy with grief and worry. The hollow thuds of the spade against the earth echoed their inner turmoil, a striking reminder of the life that had come to an end and the expenses that loomed ahead. As the casket was lowered into the ground, the widow leaned over, her heart racing. How could she afford the rituals of remembrance, the offerings to the gods that were essential to ensure a safe passage for her husband's soul? She recalled the stories of ancestors who believed that neglecting such duties could curse the living. A chill ran down her spine, and she recoiled as the grave was filled, each clump of dirt a reminder of her loss, but also of her responsibilities. Amidst the grieving throng, a young boy watched, wide-eyed, absorbing the gravity of the moment. The adults around him were lost in their emotions. Some were angry, others resigned. He felt a flicker of fear, thinking of what awaited them after this life. Would he too be mourned one day? With this thought came the weight of the economic realities of life and death, a cycle that dictated their existence. How could he reconcile the love that filled the air with the harshness of a world that demanded riches even in moments of sorrow? As the last shovel of earth cascaded down, sealing the casket within its final home, the widow turned towards the gathering crowd, her heart aching with loss and uncertainty. Around her, whispers filled the air, mixing with the last notes of the mourner's songs. A mixture of despair and hope. What would become of her family? How would she navigate the road ahead without the man who had been her rock? In every corner of Rome, similar scenes played out. Families grappling with grief and expense, balancing love for the departed with the stark realities of their financial situations. The afterlife loomed large in their minds, a specter that dictated their every choice, their every action. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the city, the connection between life, death, and the economy remained palpable, an endless cycle that intertwined their fates in ways they were only beginning to comprehend. The air thickened with unspoken fears and unfulfilled dreams as the crowd began to disperse, leaving behind the weight of custom and expectation. They walked away, yet the lingering essence of love, loss, and the relentless pressure of the Roman economy clung to them like shadows. The afterlife awaited, but for those left behind, the struggle was only beginning. The chill of the morning air clung to the streets like a heavy fog, shrouding the townsfolk in a veil of uncertainty and dread. As shadows of war stretched across the land, whispers of death mingled with the cries of the living. Every corner, every alley, echoed with the horrors of a world in turmoil. The Black Death had gripped Europe like a vice, its cold fingers reaching into the hearts of villages and cities alike. Fear surged like a tide, overwhelming reason and faith, sweeping through minds and souls with an insatiable hunger. In the midst of this chaos, people grappled with the most profound questions of existence. Life, once considered a gift, morphed into a precarious reality where each breath felt like a gamble. What awaited them beyond the veil of mortality? Was there solace after the storm, or merely a dark abyss? As death claimed its countless victims, the collective psyche of humanity shifted, and with it, beliefs about the afterlife were transformed forever. Peering into the past, one could almost hear the desperate prayers rising from the lips of terrified souls. The church saw an influx of confessions, a surge of people seeking absolution for sins, however trivial. The fear of damnation seemed imminent, and the promise of eternal life became a powerful beacon in the oppressive darkness. Images of heaven, painted in vibrant strokes by the artists of the time, glittered like stars against the night. The notion of paradise became a sanctuary, a place where tears would be dried and anguish would fade away. Yet, not everyone found comfort in the promise of eternal bliss. For some, the horrors of war and plague stirred a darker, more haunting phantasmagoria. The gruesome images of fallen soldiers littering the battlefields, the sight of loved ones succumbing to illness, bred a chilling skepticism. The idea of judgment was no longer a hopeful notion but rather a terror-filled portent of what might lie ahead. The question loomed: would the pious find peace, or would the taint of suffering and sin cast them into the depths of despair? As the bodies piled high in mass graves, the uncertainty about life after death gave birth to vivid imaginings of purgatory. It was a realm of liminality, a place where souls languished, caught between sin and salvation. This spectral landscape resonated deeply within the hearts of the grieving, fueling visions of redemption for those lost too soon. A flicker of hope danced among the shadows, a chance for loved ones to intercede on behalf of the departed. The rituals took on a frantic urgency, and as candles flickered in makeshift chapels, the air buzzed with a fervent plea for mercy from the Almighty. In the streets, the sound of drums resonated, signaling the arrival of the flagellants, men and women who sought to atone for the sins of the world through self-inflicted suffering. Their backs bore the marks of their penance, crimson lines that told a story of desperation. The bloodied lashes were a testament to their belief that through suffering, they could influence the fate of others, that by embracing their pain, they might save their loved ones from eternal damnation. The crowd, torn between revulsion and admiration, watched as the flagellants whipped their own flesh, transforming agony into a choral prayer that echoed through the streets. As the years passed, the unyielding grip of war continued to mold and reshape beliefs about the afterlife. Soldiers returned from distant lands, their minds burdened with the weight of what they had witnessed. The notion of dying for one's country became entwined with the hope of an honored place in the afterlife. The idea of a heavenly reward for those lost on the battlefield began to take root. This was not merely a death. It was a sacrifice that promised glory beyond the grave. Heroes and martyrs were venerated, and their tales were told around flickering fires, instilling a sense of purpose amidst the sorrow. But as armies clashed and families mourned, the stark reality of war brought a bitter taste to this belief. With every battle fought, the line between valor and futility blurred. The graves of fallen soldiers became silent witnesses to the haunting reality that sometimes there was no glory, only loss. For many, the hope of a grand afterlife began to falter, replaced by a deep-seated fear of being forgotten. Their lives reduced to mere footnotes in the chronicles of history. In the wake of the plague, the remnants of faith were further tested. The great cathedrals, once bustling with the faithful, now echoed with the silence of absence. The priests who had offered comfort were themselves lost to the ravages of sickness. In their place, new movements emerged, a clash of belief systems that sought to understand the inexplicable. Some turned to the ancient philosophies of the East, seeking enlightenment in the cycles of rebirth, while others clung to the dogmas of the past, wrestling with the very essence of salvation. The world was changing, and with it, the stories of the afterlife morphed into a tapestry woven with both hope and despair. People began to imagine their loved ones in different realms, scattered across the cosmos, perhaps watching over them or lost in an eternal sleep. The sky became a canvas of dreams, where the departed danced among the stars, their laughter echoing in the twilight. Yet the fear of what lay beyond still loomed large, like a dark cloud threatening to swallow the light. As the memories of plague and war intertwined with the folklore of the living, the human heart remained restless, ever searching for the answer to the enigma of existence. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows on the cobblestone streets, the voices of the past whispered secrets of hope and terror, forging new paths for future generations. What awaited humanity was an ever-expanding horizon of belief, a promise of enlightenment that flickered like a candle in the twilight, a fragile light illuminating the dark corners of the unknown, urging them to confront the haunting question that echoed through history. What comes after? The air was thick with the sense of long-forgotten incense and the faint whisper of ancient prayers. Underneath the bustling streets of Rome, a world of stone and silence lay buried, holding its breath as time passed above. It was in the dim glow of flickering torches and the chill of damp earth that the dreams and fears of a civilization were meticulously preserved in the tombs of its people. To walk through these sacred spaces was to step into the minds of the Romans, who once roamed the vibrant city above. As the archaeologists brushed away layers of dirt, their fingers trembled not from the cold, but from the weight of discovery. Each bone they unearthed told a tale, each artifact a whisper of belief. Here lay the remnants of men and women who had once walked under the sun, their lives woven into the fabric of a culture that feared the unknown yet yearned for the eternal. The tombs were not merely markers of death. They were gateways to understanding a society's deepest convictions, revealing a world where the line between life and afterlife was as thin as a thread. Magnificent mosaics adorned the walls, depicting scenes of leisure and luxury. A banquet table sprawled across the surface, laden with delicacies that seemed to invite the living to join the dead in their eternal feast. These images pulsed with life, a stark reminder that Romans believed in a banquet beyond the grave. They held firm to the idea that their loved ones continued to partake in earthly pleasures, and thus, they created spaces filled with offerings and treasures. The tombs also told of a journey to the afterlife fraught with challenges. To the Romans, death was not an end but a transformation. With each burial, they placed coins over the eyes of the deceased, payments for Charon, the ferryman of the underworld. It was a haunting scene, the coins glinting like stars against the dark of the tomb. A last transaction that echoed their desperate hope for safe passage. The significance of these small tokens weighed heavily in the silence, a reminder of the fears that gripped the living. Did they truly believe in what lay beyond? Or was it an elaborate ritual to soothe their own anxious hearts? In one corner of a tomb, a child's toy lay quietly, a small figurine crafted with care. Its presence was a poignant reminder of innocence lost, a symbol of love that transcended death itself. The heartache of a parent was palpable even centuries later, a testament to the bonds that could not be severed. It was in this small detail that one could grasp the emotional landscape of a society that cherished family, even in the face of mortality. As the daylight waned and shadows deepened, the tombs revealed their darker secrets. There were symbols etched into stone, owls, snakes, and the ever-watchful eye, each representing the Romans' beliefs about fate, wisdom, and the unseen forces that controlled their destinies. The mystique of the supernatural loomed large in their lives, fueling a fascination with omens and signs. The dead were not merely forgotten souls. They were watchful guardians, their spirits lingering, guiding the living through the trials of everyday existence. The burial practices themselves varied, showcasing the social classes that defined Roman life. The wealthy were interred in grand mausoleums, elaborate constructions that mirrored their lives of privilege, while the poorer citizens found their final resting places in simpler graves, sometimes marked only by a humble stone. Yet, amidst this disparity, a common thread wove through their beliefs. Each soul, regardless of status, was met with the same inevitable fate. Each one craved connection, both with the living and the divine. Artifacts like oil lamps, decorated pottery, and even food offerings filled the tombs, each serving a purpose in the belief that the dead required sustenance and light in their transition. The flickering flames of the lamps seemed to illuminate the darkness, echoing the hopes of the living that their loved ones would find peace. The bravery of those who created these spaces was palpable. Their need to honor, to remember, to connect beyond the grave filled the air with a solemn reverence. And then there were the inscriptions, carved with care into stone, like messages in bottles cast into the sea of time. They spoke of love, loss, and a yearning for immortality. To my beloved wife, one inscription read, a simple yet profound declaration that transcended the ages. Such words resonated with the raw emotions of a heart that faced the finality of separation. Love, it seemed, was the greatest act of defiance against death, a promise that memories would linger long after the breath had left their bodies. In the quiet corners of the tombs, the echoes of laughter could almost be heard, mingling with the solemnity of prayer. It was a haunting melody, one that filled the spaces with warmth and longing. The Romans, in their infinite wisdom, understood that the darkness of death could not extinguish the light of love, forging connections that would last beyond the veil of time. The tombs stood as sacred monuments to that enduring bond. As the archaeologists illuminated the crypts with electric light, the shadows flickered like ghosts. Each uncovering sent shivers down their spines, as if the very earth was speaking. What stories were waiting to be told? What emotions lay buried beneath the stone? Each discovery pulled them deeper into the psyche of an ancient civilization, where the boundaries of life and death blurred, where love and loss coexisted in a dance as old as time itself. The air crackled with tension and anticipation, as if the tombs themselves held their breath, waiting for the next revelation. Each artifact, each bone, served as a thread in the intricate tapestry of Roman beliefs. The past, once thought to be long forgotten, surged forth with a vitality that was impossible to ignore. Voices of the dead intertwined with the living, creating a chorus of history that echoed in the hearts of those who dared to listen. With every dig, every careful brushstroke against the ancient stone, the mysteries of the past began to unfold. The archaeologists stood on the precipice of understanding, ready to leap into the depths of human emotion, where the shadows of the past still flickered and danced. The tombs had stories to tell, and they were just beginning to unfold. The restless spirits of Rome beckoned, urging them onward into the labyrinth of belief, forever entwined in the eternal search for meaning. In a dimly lit room, shadows danced alongside flickering candlelight, casting eerie shapes upon the walls. A woman draped in a simple linen dress knelt by a makeshift altar, her hands trembling as she lit a candle for her departed mother. The smoke curled upwards, drifting toward the heavens, carrying whispered prayers and buried hopes. Outside, the bustling streets of a city marked by stark contrasts thrummed with life. But in this stillness, an unbreakable bond between the living and the dead hung heavy in the air. In every corner of the world, the afterlife painted a canvas of beliefs, each stroke reflecting the hues of social class. The rich adorned their tombs with gold, while the poor were buried hurriedly in unmarked graves. The disparity was more than mere gold and stone. It was the very essence of hope, dreams, and the relentless pursuit of dignity. For the wealthy, the afterlife promised eternal bliss, a realm filled with light and comfort, while the less fortunate often clung to the fragile threads of their faith, fearing the darkness that lay beyond. In ancient Egypt, a civilization that revered death as much as life, the pyramids rose like monumental fingers pointing toward the sky. The ruling class believed in an afterlife where they could reign forever among the gods. Elaborate tombs, filled with treasures, were built to ensure their safe passage and luxurious existence beyond death. Meanwhile, the common folk, who lacked the means to construct such grand edifices, often relied on simple offerings to the deities, hoping their souls would find peace. The scales of Ma'at, representing truth and justice, weighed hearts against a feather, determining the fate of each soul. The rich, with their ample offerings, often felt assured their hearts would be light, but for the poor, every prayer felt like a desperate plea, an echo of uncertainty. Across the oceans, in the vast landscapes of pre-Columbian civilizations, the afterlife was woven into the very fabric of existence. The Aztecs believed in a complex system of afterlife realms, depending on how one met their end. Warriors, who died in battle, were celebrated and welcomed into a paradise of eternal glory, while those who passed of natural causes faced harsher fates. The stark contrast was a source of both pride and despair, for the warriors' families rejoiced loudly, their grief mingling with celebration. Yet the families of the deceased who had not died in valor mourned deeply, burdened by the fear of their beloveds' uncertain fates in the afterlife. In the shadows of Europe's feudal system, a different tapestry of belief emerged. The nobility, cloaked in riches and power, viewed the afterlife as a continuation of earthly privilege. Grand cathedrals stood tall, filled with the echoes of prayers for the souls of the affluent, their names etched in stone, immortalized by monuments reflecting their status. They believed in a heaven that mirrored their earthly dominions, a place where they would rule over the less fortunate eternally. Yet, the serfs and peasants, toiling endlessly under the weight of oppression, found solace in a different kind of faith. Their afterlife promised an escape from suffering, a paradise where injustices were vanquished, and every tear shed in life would serve as a bridge to a brighter existence beyond. In the heart of India, the caste system painted a vivid picture of spiritual belief intertwined with social structure. The upper castes, privileged and revered, viewed reincarnation as a cycle of progress toward ultimate liberation, moksha. They believed their good deeds would manifest in a better life. Yet the lower castes, often trapped in cycles of despair, grappled with the weight of their societal roles. They clung to the hope that each life was a lesson, each hardship a step toward eventual liberation, even as they lived in the shadows of those who held power over them. In the vast expanses of Africa, where ancestral worship prevailed, the afterlife became a shared experience between the living and the dead. The rich and the poor alike honored their ancestors, yet the manner of worship often reflected their status. The wealthy could afford lavish ceremonies, with feasts and ancestral altars adorned in fineries, while the poor whispered prayers at simple shrines, their devotion no less fervent. Here, the afterlife was not merely a destination but a continuation of legacy, a thread binding generations, where social class influenced not the strength of belief but the manner of expression. As dusk settled, the air thickened with anticipation and sorrow. The woman at the altar wiped her tears, her heart heavy with the memories of her mother. In her humble dwelling, the faint sound of laughter echoed from the nearby rich estate, where the privileged celebrated another evening of indulgence. She felt the weight of her world pressing against her chest. In that moment, she understood the cruel divide. Where one might feast in joy, another mourned in silence, each praying to the same gods, yet separated by the chasm of circumstance. And as the candles flickered, illuminating the faces of those who had come to honor the dead, a wave of emotions surged. The rich, with their elaborate rituals, sought to assure their place among the stars, while the poor clung to fragile hopes of mercy, each prayer an act of rebellion against the chains of their life. In this shared space, two worlds collided, echoing the relentless tension of life and death, faith and despair. The woman's thoughts drifted to the stories of the ancients, of pyramids and cathedrals, of souls weighed against feathers, and of warriors celebrated in the afterlife. The belief systems were mirrors of their times, yet the human heart beat the same rhythm, each longing for connection, for hope, and for a place to belong beyond the grave. The afterlife was a canvas painted with the rich colors of social class, each stroke revealing the raw emotions of humanity, a tapestry that would stretch beyond the veil of death and into eternity. The flickering candle flame danced as if sensing the weight of history, whispering secrets of the past. As the night deepened, a silent reminder that the story was far from over. The heavy clouds hung low in the sky, casting a somber shade over the bustling streets of ancient Rome. Each passerby carried whispers of fate in their hearts, for the specter of death was a constant companion in this vibrant city. The Romans believed that what lay beyond the grave was as intricate as the life they lived, a place where myths and legends danced with the souls of the departed. Among the throngs, there existed a palpable tension, a fear intermingled with reverence for the unknown. The stories told around flickering fires and in shadowy alleyways were not mere entertainment. They were cautionary tales, filled with eerie echoes of the afterlife that awaited every soul. Take, for instance, the tale of Orpheus, whose voice could charm even the fiercest beasts. He ventured into the underworld, desperate to reclaim his beloved Eurydice. The vivid imagery of his descent into the shadowy realm stirred the hearts of many. The darkened caverns, filled with the anguished moans of spirits, were a warning to those who dared to question the boundaries of life and death. The Romans listened, holding their breaths, fearing the consequences of Orpheus' fateful decision to look back. In that moment, they understood. The afterlife was a place where choices mattered, where love could be both a saving grace and a tragic folly. As night fell, the flickering torchlight would bring to life the chilling stories of the dead. One such story was that of the Punic Wars, where brave souls fought valiantly and met their ends on the battlefield. Their spirits were said to wander the fields of their last stand, seeking solace but finding none. The Romans believed that these souls roamed restlessly, burdened by unfulfilled desires and unfinished business. Tales of soldiers appearing in dreams, guiding the living to victory or warning them of doom, sent shivers down the spine. Each whisper reminded the living of their mortality, urging them to honor the fallen and heed their warnings. In stark contrast to these somber tales were the stories of the Elysian Fields, a paradise reserved for the virtuous. Here, the souls of heroes and the pious were said to bask in eternal sunshine, surrounded by fragrant meadows and the sweet sound of laughter. The Romans painted pictures of elaborate feasts under the warm glow of the sun, where spirits mingled freely, their earthly burdens lifted. Yet even in this idyllic realm, shadows loomed. The uncertainty of who would qualify for such bliss haunted the hearts of many. Was it enough to live a good life, or did one need to achieve greatness? And then there was the tale of the river Styx, a boundary between the living and the dead. Charon, the grim ferryman, awaited at its banks, a figure draped in dark robes. He demanded payment for passage, a coin placed under the tongue of the deceased. This grim expectation bred anxiety among the Romans. They buried their loved ones with coins, a final token to ensure safe passage. The fear of being left to wander aimlessly, lost among the shadows, gnawed at the edges of their thoughts. Every funeral became a desperate plea for peace in the afterlife, a race against time to secure a place on Charon's boat. The air grew thick with the scent of incense during the festival of Parentalia, a time when the living sought to honor their ancestors. Families would gather in tombs, offering food and drink to the spirits that lingered, hoping for guidance or blessings in return. The act of remembrance transformed into a dance with the afterlife, a fragile connection between two worlds. As they laid offerings by the graves, the living felt the weight of history pressing upon them, a reminder that life was fleeting, yet the stories of the dead were eternal. As dusk settled, the Romans looked skyward, where the stars twinkled like distant memories of those who had passed. It was said that the goddess Proserpina, queen of the underworld, watched over the souls as they traversed the nether realms. She was a figure of both hope and dread, a reminder of the cyclical nature of life and death. Tales of her abduction by Pluto fueled discussions of love lost and found, but also of the inevitability of fate. The Romans pondered their own journeys, wondering if they too would ever be reunited with lost loved ones or if they would merely fade into oblivion. Each tale, steeped in emotion, wrapped the Romans in a blanket of existential contemplation. The fear and curiosity about what lay ahead stirred inside them like a tempest. Conversations turned to whispers as they shared their thoughts on how they would be remembered. The afterlife wasn't simply a destination. It was a legacy woven into the fabric of their lives. The stories of the ancients became their own, a way to connect the past with the present, the living with the dead. As the unrest stirred in their chests, there was an understanding that these myths were more than mere stories. They were lifelines, threads connecting the living to the departed. Each echo of Orpheus, each whisper of the restless soldiers, each glimpse of Elysium served as a haunting reminder that choices mattered, love endured, and memory was a powerful force. The night sky, filled with stars, became a tapestry of dreams and fears, weaving tales that would never really end. And just beyond the veil of night, the winds carried the murmur of lost souls, enticing the living to peek into the unknown. Who would dare tread the path that led to the underworld? Who would seek the wisdom of the ancients, knowing they might never return? The tension hung thick in the air, and the stories of the afterlife beckoned, drawing the Romans closer to the edge of their own mortality. Under a sky painted with the brilliant hues of dusk, the people of Rome gathered in hushed anticipation. The air was thick with the weight of history, a palpable energy that seemed to pulse through the cobblestone streets. Shadows lengthened, bending and twisting like the stories of those who had come before. Whispers of greatness and divinity danced through the crowd, sparking the flicker of hope and fear in every heart. For in this great city, the line between the mortal and the divine was often blurred, especially when it came to the emperors, the very embodiment of power and virtue. Julius Caesar had been the first, his assassination marking a moment that would echo through time. The very thought of his deification sent chills down spines. After his death, the Senate declared him a god, a celestial being who would watch over the Roman Empire from the heavens. This act was not merely a gesture. It was a profound transformation that altered the very fabric of political thought. The people needed a hero, someone who could transcend their earthly struggles, and Caesar's ascent to divinity offered them just that. Imagine the temple built in his honor, a sacred space where offerings were made and prayers whispered. Citizens flocked to it, their hearts brimming with devotion, eyes glistening with tears of reverence. The atmosphere crackled with emotion, the human yearning for connection with the divine palpable in every breath. This was not just the afterlife of a man. It was the beginning of an enduring belief system, a political strategy wrapped in the allure of the gods. Following Caesar, emperors like Augustus and Tiberius stepped into the light, each one crafting their narrative with meticulous care, like artists painting a masterpiece on the canvas of history. Augustus, through cunning and charisma, presented himself as the princeps, the first among equals. His rule was marked by peace and prosperity, yet he sought more than just earthly authority. He wanted to secure his place among the stars. He fashioned himself as a god, a celestial protector of Rome. The people were drawn to him, their hearts swelling with pride as they invoked his name in their prayers. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows upon the marble statues that adorned the forum, the influence of the divine grew ever stronger. With each passing emperor, the concept of deification solidified, a powerful tool that intertwined the fate of rulers with the heavens. Caligula, notorious for his madness, even dared to declare himself a living god, his audacity sending shivers through the Roman psyche. The idea that an emperor could claim divine status evoked a mixture of awe and terror, as citizens grappled with the implications of such power. The festivals that celebrated these divine emperors became spectacles of emotional upheaval. People dressed in elaborate costumes, parading through the streets, their voices rising in unison, chanting praises that echoed off the ancient stones. It was a time when belief and politics merged seamlessly, creating a profound and intoxicating cocktail that filled the air with electric energy. The emperors were not merely rulers. They were symbols of hope, protectors of a way of life that promised prosperity for all. But beneath this grandeur lay an unsettling reality. The act of deification came with its own set of burdens. Each emperor was acutely aware of the expectations placed upon them, a weight that could crush the spirit. The divine was a mantle they wore, yes, but it was also a chain that shackled them to the whims of the people. When Nero fiddled as Rome burned, his image of divinity shattered like glass, leaving behind echoes of betrayal and disillusionment. Yet, even in turmoil, the allure of the divine persisted. The people clung to their faith in their rulers, seeking solace in the idea that their emperors were blessed by the gods. The Senate, in its ambition, sought to immortalize not just the emperors but the very idea of Rome itself. They erected grand monuments, inscribed with praises that would endure through the ages, declaring to the world that these men were touched by divine grace. The Roman spirit, intertwined with the celestial, surged through the veins of the empire, vibrant and unyielding. As twilight descended, the great amphitheaters filled with citizens eager to witness spectacles that celebrated their divine leaders. Gladiators clashed, their fates intertwined with the will of emperors whose very essence was tied to the gods. Cheers erupted, a cacophony of emotion that felt like a heartbeat, pulsating through the throngs of spectators. Each victory, each display of strength was a testament to the emperor's divine right to rule, reinforcing the fragile bond between the mortal and the divine. And there, in the midst of it all, a young boy stood watching, his eyes wide with wonder and fear. He felt the weight of expectations pressing down on him, the echo of his ancestors whispering in his ear. Would he, too, one day be called to wear the crown? Would he be deemed worthy of the divine? The crowd roared, and he couldn't help but feel an intoxicating thrill, the promise of greatness sparking a fire in his soul. The emperors became larger than life, their stories woven into the very fabric of Roman identity. Deification was not simply a matter of faith. It was a political necessity, a way to unite a sprawling empire under the banner of sacred legitimacy. The notion that emperors could ascend to the heavens alongside the gods offered the people comfort in times of turmoil, a beacon of hope amidst chaos. As the night cloaked the city in darkness, the stars twinkled above like celestial witnesses to the unfolding drama below. Each emperor, with their rise and fall, represented something more than power. They were the embodiment of dreams, aspirations, and the eternal quest for meaning. The afterlife was not an end. It was a continuation of the story, a narrative that promised immortality to those who grasped it. The boy felt a chill run down his spine, realization dawning upon him. The world of emperors and deification was a tapestry of glory and despair, a bittersweet song that echoed through the ages, tantalizing yet treacherous. As he gazed up at the stars, he understood that the journey was only beginning, a cycle that would continue to spin relentlessly, drawing in new souls who would seek to carve their own names in the annals of history. In that moment, The boy's heart raced with the knowledge that the allure of divinity would forever haunt the corridors of power, shaping destinies and igniting the flames of ambition in those daring enough to dream. The sun hung low over the ancient ruins, casting long shadows that danced across the stones, each one whispering tales of a past filled with glory, power, and belief. It was here, in the echo of the Roman Empire, that a legacy was sculpted, one that would seep into the very bones of Europe and shape its soul for centuries to come. Visitors walked among the remnants, feeling a chill in the air that hinted at the stories waiting to be told, stories of strength, wisdom, and an unwavering faith that transcended time. From the bustling streets of Rome, with its intricate forums and grand temples, to the far reaches of Britannia and Gaul, the Romans forged a worldview that elevated reason, civic duty, and piety to a place of honor. Their gods, powerful yet personal, mirrored the complexities of human existence. Jupiter's thunder echoed in the hearts of the people, grounding them in a cosmic order that made sense of their lives. But it was not merely the worship of deities that left a mark. It was the very fabric of Roman thought, their justice, philosophy, and governance, that wove a tapestry of beliefs that would influence generations. The sagas of Cicero and Seneca, echoing through the marble halls, carried the weight of ethical consideration and stoicism. The notion that one should rise above personal strife for the greater good found fertile ground in the hearts of many. Here was the seed from which the European ideal of civic responsibility would sprout, fostering a sense of duty that bound communities together. In cities and villages alike, people began to view themselves not just as individuals, but as parts of a larger whole, connected by shared values and beliefs. Yet, while these ideals flourished, the specter of the Roman gods lingered in the background. As Christianity spread like wildfire across Europe, it did not extinguish the flames of Roman belief, but rather absorbed and transformed them. The tales of miracles and grace intertwined with the ancient myths of gods and heroes. The vibrant festivals once dedicated to Bacchus and Mercury morphed into celebrations of saints, while the moral teachings of Christ echoed the philosophies of old, creating a profound emotional resonance that pulled at the hearts of the people. In the dim light of candlelit chapels, the faithful gathered, their voices rising in unison, a melodic tribute to the divine. They sought answers, solace, and connection. The promise of eternal life, a stark contrast to the fleeting nature of fame and power in the Roman world, offered hope and comfort. The legacy of Roman beliefs stood at a crossroads, evolving yet steadfast, shaping the very foundation of how Europeans would understand their existence. As the centuries rolled on, the ghosts of Roman thought lingered in the minds of scholars and rulers alike. The Renaissance, a vibrant rebirth of art and intellect, saw a resurgence of classical ideals. Artists painted with a fervor that echoed the beauty of the past, and thinkers like Erasmus and Machiavelli drew upon ancient wisdom to navigate the complex waters of modern governance. The dialogue between the old and new became a lively dance, with each step forward informed by the shadows of what had come before. Yet, beneath the surface, tension brewed. The Church, once the nurturing cradle of belief, began to grapple with the very philosophies that had once enriched it. The Reformation sparked a wildfire of dissent, challenging the established order and bringing forth new interpretations of faith that would change the landscape of Europe forever. The Protestant ethic, with its emphasis on individual interpretation and personal responsibility, found its roots deep in the soil of Roman civic duty. The struggle for authority, the tug-of-war between tradition and innovation, became a defining feature of European identity. Intense debates raged in candlelit rooms, where scholars and theologians gathered, the air thick with fervor and conviction. The weight of their discussions hung heavily, resonating through the corridors of power. The ghosts of Roman ideals, of reason and logic, clashed with fervent passion for divine revelation and personal faith. Each argument bore the weight of history, a testament to how deeply intertwined the Roman legacy was with the evolving landscape of European thought. As the Age of Enlightenment dawned, the echoes of Roman reason rang louder than ever. Philosophers like Voltaire and Rousseau wielded the pen like a sword, challenging the status quo and igniting the flame of revolution. The belief in progress, in human potential, was a direct descendant of the Roman conviction that reason could illuminate the path forward. The world was changing, but the shadows of the past remained, guiding the hands of those who dared to dream of a better future. Amidst the chaos and fervor, the common people felt the ripples of transformation. They gathered in town squares, voices raised, hearts aligned with the ideals that spoke to their deepest yearnings for freedom and justice. The Roman legacy had nurtured a spirit of resilience and community, igniting a passion that could no longer be contained. In every revolution, in every plea for rights and recognition, the essence of Roman belief surged forth, a reminder of the power of the collective human spirit. As dusk settled over the vibrant tapestry of Europe, the flames of ideas flickered against the darkening sky. The legacy of Roman beliefs coursed through the veins of society, shaping views on governance, morality, and faith. Every debate, every celebration, every act of rebellion echoed with the whispers of the ancients, reminding all that history is not merely a record of the past, but a living force that shapes the present and illuminates the future. Thus, the story weaves onward, linking ancient Rome to the modern world, a continuum of beliefs and ideas that refuse to fade away. The shadows of the past remain ever present, urging the people of Europe to remember, to reflect, and to forge ahead with the wisdom of generations etched into their hearts. And so the stage is set for the next chapter, where the legacy that began with the Romans continues to evolve and inspire, inviting all to participate in the unfolding narrative of human experience. In the flickering shadows of a candlelit room, an ancient scroll lay unfurled on a table, the soft whispers of history echoing through its brittle fibers. Words, etched in ink, painted vivid images of what lay beyond the veil of life. A man, draped in a toga, pinched the bridge of his nose as he read, his heart racing with a mix of dread and fascination. What awaited him after death? Would it be a serene paradise or a foreboding abyss? Such questions had haunted the minds of countless souls, from philosophers in bustling Greek agora to solemn Romans in their marble chambers. In Greece, the afterlife was a tapestry woven with threads of both hope and fear. The Greeks revered the concept of the soul, believing it to be a flicker of divine essence, a fragment of the cosmos. The idea of the underworld, Hades, was not merely a dark prison, but a land where the dead could find their place among the stars or linger in sorrow. Souls would journey across the murky waters of the Styx, guided by the stern but fair Charon, who demanded payment in the form of an obelisk. Without this coin, the spirit was left to wander the shores, lost and desperate, an eternal reminder of the need for proper burial rites. As one gazed into the depths of Hades, one could see the shades of great heroes like Achilles and Odysseus. Their tales continued to resonate with the living, and even in death, they were honored and remembered. The Elysian Fields offered respite, a blissful paradise where the virtuous could bask in eternal sunlight, a stark contrast to the treacherous fields of asphodel, where the indifferent souls wandered, neither rewarded nor punished. In their narratives, the Greeks instilled a sense of moral weight to every action in life. The choices made in the mortal realm would carve the path for the afterlife, threading the fabric of existence with a sense of responsibility and consequence. Meanwhile, in the expansive empire of Rome, perceptions of the afterlife took on a different hue, shaped by the grandeur and gravitas of imperial life. The Romans, who stood on the shoulders of their Greek predecessors, imbued their beliefs with a practicality that spoke to their administrative and militaristic nature. They saw the afterlife as a place where the dead could join their ancestors, an extension of their family lineage. The notion of ancestors holding sway over the living was paramount. Proper funerary rites and veneration of the dead were seen as essential to ensuring favor in this life and the next. The Roman underworld, ruled by the god Pluto, was less about reward and punishment and more about maintaining a connection with one's ancestry. The dead were not merely specters to be feared. They were part of a continuum, and the living had a duty to keep their memories alive. Festivals like Parentalia honored the departed, with offerings of food and drink laid upon altars, invoking the spirits to bless their descendants. This practice revealed a heartening belief that love transcended death, a bond that was not severed but transformed. As the candle flickered, the man's thoughts drifted to the darker aspects of Roman beliefs. The realm of the dead was not without its shadows. Tales of the restless and vengeful spirits echoed through the streets of Rome. The idea of the lemurs, spirits that could haunt the living if not appeased, struck fear into the hearts of many. Ghost stories circulated in whispers, warning of the consequences of neglecting the dead, a reminder that the past is never buried too deep. The Romans, pragmatic as ever, understood that the dead must be honored, lest they rise in anger. Yet, as he read further, the man encountered a profound realization. The emotional undercurrents swirling through each civilization's understanding of the afterlife were strikingly similar. Both Greeks and Romans faced the universal fear of the unknown. They constructed elaborate mythologies to explain life and death, to provide comfort in the face of mortality. The Greeks might have romanticized the heroic journeys of the dead, while the Romans grounded their beliefs in familial obligation and continuity, but at their core was a similar recognition of life's fragility. In the quiet of the room, the flickering candle cast shadows that danced like the souls of the departed. The man felt a shiver run down his spine, an exhilarating blend of fear and wonder. What lay beyond? A reunion with ancestors? A grand adventure among the heroes? Or perhaps nothingness? Every thought ignited wild imaginings, and the weight of ancient beliefs settled heavily on his shoulders. It was as if the very walls were whispering secrets of the ages, urging him to ponder the meaning of existence. The Greeks, with their philosophical inquiries, taught that the soul's destiny was a reflection of its earthly choices, a poignant reminder that one's life was a canvas waiting to be painted with virtue or vice. The Romans, in their reverence for ancestors, encapsulated the idea that love and memory tether us to those who have passed. Both perspectives offered a profound emotional resonance that echoed through the ages, reverberating in the hearts of anyone who wrestled with the notion of mortality. As the candle flickered one last time before surrendering to darkness, the man's resolve deepened. He would honor the past and embrace the uncertainty of the future. The weight of knowledge pressed upon him, a call to live a life worthy of remembrance, to be a flicker of light in a world often shrouded in shadows. He rose from the table, the scroll still unrolled, its tales waiting to be pondered, and stepped into the night, a bridge between two worlds, the living and the dead, the Roman and the Greek, forever intertwined in the eternal dance of human existence. The air tingled with unspoken mysteries, as if the very universe held its breath, waiting for the next tale to be told. In the flickering glow of candlelight, a figure stood alone, clutching a small bundle of herbs wrapped in a piece of worn cloth. Outside, the night was thick with the scent of damp earth and the distant echoes of mourners. This was not just a moment of sorrow. It was a bridge between two worlds, this life and the one beyond. For centuries, rituals have served as the delicate threads that connect the living to the spirits of the departed, guiding souls on their perilous voyage after death. In ancient Egypt, the rites of mummification were more than mere preservation of the body. They were a sacred promise to the deceased. Priests, adorned in linen and heavy with oils, meticulously prepared the body, knowing that each incision and each wrapped layer was a step toward eternity. The heart, the seat of emotion and memory, was often left in place or carefully weighed against a feather, Ma'at's feather of truth, determining the soul's worthiness. Would the spirit find peace, or would it be devoured by Ammit, the fearsome creature waiting to consume the unworthy? In those dark, echoing halls of the tombs, the air hung heavy with the whispers of prayers and chants, each one a plea for safe passage through the shadowy realms that lay ahead. On the other side of the globe, in the dense forests of the Andes, the ancient Incas performed rituals that mirrored this desperation to connect with the afterlife. Sacrifices, both of animals and sometimes of humans, were made to appease the gods. The offerings were seen as vital currency, a form of barter with the divine. The vibrantly colored textiles and the carefully arranged food offerings were laid on altars, each thread and grain a testament to love and respect for those who had passed. The spirits of the ancestors were believed to roam the lands, and it was essential to keep them pleased, lest their wrath bring misfortune to the living. Meanwhile, in the quiet corners of Celtic lands, The ancient Druids understood the importance of ritual in the cycle of existence. They gathered under the cloak of night to commune with the spirits, lighting bonfires that leapt high into the starlit sky. The flames danced wildly, carrying prayers to the heavens, while the gathered community shared stories of those who had gone before. Each tale was an ember, glowing brightly in the darkness, reminding the living of their shared heritage. It was a celebration of life and a means to honor the dead, creating an everlasting bond that transcended time itself. Far across the seas in the land of the rising sun, the Japanese practiced Obon, a festival steeped in deep reverence for ancestral spirits. Lanterns were lit, illuminating the paths for spirits to find their way home. Families prepared elaborate meals, placing them on altars as a way of inviting their loved ones back for a night of recognition and love. The delicate paper lanterns floated on rivers, symbolizing the soul's journey, their flickering lights casting long shadows filled with both joy and sorrow. The air buzzed with the energy of remembrance, each moment a heartbeat in the continuum of existence. In Africa, the Dogon tribe engaged in remarkable ceremonies that aligned with the cycles of the universe. They believed that the afterlife was not a distant place but a continuation of life itself, interwoven with the stars. Rituals were performed at the changing of the seasons, with the community gathering under the vast, starlit sky to honor their ancestors, who were thought to influence the living world through the constellations. Drumming echoed through the village, a pulsating rhythm that guided the living in celebration of those who had passed, blending the past with the present in a powerful ceremony of life and death. In these moments of ritual, a sense of urgency surged. The living could feel the weight of the spirits pressing upon them, urging them to honor traditions with fervor and respect. A wave of emotion swept over the participants as they engaged in these ancient practices, binding them together in a collective heartbeat that transcended individual loss. Each act of remembrance was a fragile thread, woven meticulously into the fabric of their community, connecting lives that were once intertwined. Yet, there was also an undercurrent of fear of what lay beyond the veil. What awaited those who did not follow the rituals? Would their spirits wander aimlessly, lost in the darkness? It was a thought that sent shivers down the spine of even the bravest hearts. The rituals served as both a guide and a shield, a way to navigate the treacherous waters of the afterlife while offering solace to the mourners left behind. Each chant, each offering, was a powerful invocation meant to assure the living that they were not alone in their grief. Their loved ones would find their way home. The echoes of the past reverberated through the present, binding generations together in an unbreakable chain of love and remembrance. The participants could almost hear the whispers of their ancestors, urging them to continue the traditions, to keep the flames of memory alive. They felt the presence of those who had walked before them, and in that moment the world felt larger than life itself. A tapestry of experiences woven with the threads of every soul that had ever lived. As the rituals reached their crescendo, emotions swelled, and in the dim light of the flickering candles and roaring bonfires, the lines between the living and the dead began to blur. Each tear shed was not only for the loss but also for the joy of connection, the promise that love transcends even the finality of death. The very air thrummed with an electric energy, a reminder that every soul is infinite, and each ritual performed was a testament to the power of love and memory in navigating the mysterious, uncharted territories of the afterlife. The flickering light of the ancient oil lamp cast dancing shadows on the walls of the dimly lit chamber, where whispers of the past floated like echoes in the still air. Each flicker seemed to breathe life into the faces carved on the marble, their expressions a blend of longing and serenity. For the Romans, the afterlife was not merely a concept. It was as real and tangible as the cobblestones beneath their feet. As the flames flickered, one could almost hear the hushed tones of the living discussing their departed loved ones, the weight of belief resting heavily on their hearts. In the bustling streets of Rome, conversations about the afterlife buzzed like the sounds of chariots racing by. The Romans, steeped in a rich tapestry of mythology and spirituality, envisioned the afterlife in ways that were both complex and hauntingly beautiful. They believed in a realm where the souls of the deceased would find their final resting place, a destination akin to a vast landscape painted with ancient beliefs and rituals. The river Styx was spoken of in odd tones, a dark stream that separated the living from the dead, a threshold that demanded respect and fear. As night fell over the empire, the vibrant festivities of the living often turned somber as they remembered the departed. The Romans held lavish funerals, where the body was adorned with flowers and the finest garments, a last gift to guide the soul to its eternal home. Musicians played mournful tunes, and the scent of incense filled the air, a sweet offering to the gods who governed the afterlife. Family members would gather to share stories, their voices thick with emotion as they recounted the lives of those who had crossed over. The weight of loss hung heavy in the air, mingling with the flickering light of hope that their deceased were at peace. Burials were a sacred rite, the ground itself assigned with spiritual significance. The wealthy would invest in grand mausoleums, adorned with inscriptions that promised eternal remembrance. But it was not just the elite who had a place in the afterlife. The Romans believed every soul was entitled to their own journey. Even the modest, who were laid to rest in humble graves, would find their way to a peaceful existence beyond the mortal coil. As the stories of the deceased mingled with the earth, they transformed into whispers, tales that would echo through the ages. Yet, as the centuries rolled forward, the steadfast beliefs of the ancients began to shift. With the rise of Christianity, the vision of the afterlife morphed into something new. The stark contrasts between the Roman pantheon and the Christian heaven created a tension that echoed through time. The golden gates of paradise offered a stark contrast to the shadowy realms of the underworld, and the Romans, who once believed in multiple gods governing their fate, found their understanding of the afterlife challenged. The fear of judgment blended with hope, creating a complex emotional landscape where the heart wrestled with the spirit. Modern interpretations of these ancient beliefs beckon with a blend of nostalgia and curiosity. The afterlife, once viewed through a lens of gods and myths, is now often seen as a personal journey, an intimate connection between the living and the dead. Ghost stories flourish in the corners of contemporary culture, stirring the imagination and invoking a sense of wonder and dread. People still light candles and whisper prayers, seeking connection with those they've lost, while the ancient rituals of remembrance blend with modern beliefs. It is a tapestry of emotion, woven from threads of grief and love, binding the past to the present. Amidst the ruins of Rome, a new understanding stirs. Scholars sift through the ashes of history, piecing together the beliefs that shaped the ancient psyche. They ponder over inscriptions found in forgotten tombs, revealing the hopes and fears of those who once walked the streets. Their research paints a picture of a society that grappled with mortality, just as humanity does today. The idea of an afterlife, once filled with mythical figures and divine judges, now invites reflection on the nature of existence itself. As dusk settles over the city, one can almost feel the weight of 1,000 souls rising to the surface, their stories intertwining with the living. The Romans knew their lives were but a fleeting moment in an eternal cycle, and their yearning for connection, for understanding, persists. They sought answers in the stars and the earth, in every whisper of the wind, believing that even in death, life continued in a different form. The emotions swell like a crescendo, building a bridge between worlds, a reminder that the human experience is timeless. In the shadows, there lingers a sense that the past is not as distant as it seems. The lessons of the ancients echo through the ages, urging the living to connect with their own beliefs about the afterlife. Each candle lit, each prayer murmured, reflects the hope that those who have passed find joy beyond the grave. The Romans, with their intricate beliefs and profound reflections on death, invite us to consider our own paths, to question what lies beyond. The flicker of that oil lamp remains a poignant reminder that stories endure, weaving through time, binding the living and the dead in an unbreakable bond. The heart races with the uncertainty of existence, with the stirring realization that the afterlife may be both a mystery and a promise, waiting just beyond the veil. In the flickering candlelight of a small chapel, a hush fell over the gathered crowd. Each soul held their breath, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and reverence. The air was thick, laden with centuries of hopes and fears interwoven into whispered prayers. Just beyond the wooden doors lay an eternal silence, beckoning the brave and the curious. This was not merely a gathering. It was a confrontation with the unknown. In the shadows of this moment, the echoes of Roman beliefs about the afterlife loomed large, shaping the very essence of the thoughts that danced through every mind present. The Romans, with their gods and rituals, had crafted an intricate tapestry of life beyond death that still reverberates through contemporary culture. Their stories were not mere myths but powerful narratives that linger in our collective consciousness, like whispers from long ago that still hold sway over our fears and dreams. In ancient Rome, the afterlife was a vast and mysterious land, a place where the souls of the departed wandered, seeking peace and resolution. The tales of the Underworld, ruled by the stern Hades, painted a picture of a shadowy realm filled with both torment and tranquility. Those who had lived honorably could expect to find themselves in the Elysian Fields, an idyllic paradise where they could enjoy the fruits of their virtuous lives. Yet for many, the fear of being lost to the dark depths of Tartarus was a haunting specter that lingered, reminding them of the weight of their actions. Today, as candles flicker against the cold stone walls, those ancient fears and hopes still pulse with vibrant life. The stories of the Romans are not relegated to dusty history books. They have been woven into the fabric of our modern spirituality and beliefs about what awaits us after death. The idea of judgment, the weighing of the soul against the feather of Ma'at, and the quest for a peaceful afterlife continue to echo in the thoughts of countless individuals who ponder their existence. As a young woman stood at the front of the chapel, her heart raced with the weight of her own questions. Thoughts of her grandmother, who had passed just weeks before, flooded her mind. She recalled the stories shared around the dinner table, the tales of the afterlife that her grandmother had recounted with such passion. "Do good, and you shall find peace." Her voice resonated in her ears. The young woman believed, like the Romans did, in the ties that bind the living to the dead, sensing that her grandmother's spirit lingered, watching over her, guiding her. Roman beliefs about the afterlife were not merely about what lay beyond the mortal coil. They were an exploration of the human condition itself. They encapsulated the struggles, the ambitions, and the relentless quest for meaning. The Romans built elaborate tombs, adorned with inscriptions and offerings, believing that these gestures would please the gods and ensure a smooth passage for the departed. To this day, the practice of honoring the dead continues in various forms around the world: memorial services, altars, and even simple acts of remembrance. As night fell, the chapel's atmosphere shifted, charged with a palpable energy. The audience was now entranced, hanging on to every word shared by the priest, who weaved ancient Roman myths into the fabric of modern beliefs. He spoke of the river Styx, the boundary between the world of the living and the realm of the dead, and the ferryman Charon, who required payment for passage, a coin placed on the eyes of the deceased. The young woman clenched her fists, the weight of her own grief and longing palpable in the air. In that moment, she felt as if she were standing on the banks of that very river, contemplating the cost of her own soul's journey. With every story told, the room felt smaller yet more connected, as if they were all joined in a shared understanding of what it meant to face the inevitable. The priest's words echoed the very sentiments that had driven the Romans to honor their dead, to seek peace in the afterlife. The fear of being forgotten, of leaving nothing behind, resonated within each heart present. Ancient practices have morphed throughout history, yet the core of those Roman beliefs remains alive. In contemporary culture, the imagery of the afterlife is often steeped in the grandeur of ancient narratives. Movies, books, and art echo the themes of judgment, redemption, and the eternal struggle for peace. Take a moment to think about how often we see ghosts depicted as unresolved spirits, wandering until their stories are told, forever tethered to the world they left behind. This notion, so deeply rooted in Roman thought, continues to shape our understanding of life and death, creating an emotional landscape that invites reflection. As the priest concluded his sermon, the flickering flames of the candles cast dancing shadows on the walls, almost as if the spirits of the departed were joining in the gathering. There was a subtle shift in the air, a sense of unity among those present, bound together by the threads of memory and love. The young woman felt a warmth enveloping her, a whisper from her grandmother that assured her she was not alone. In that moment, the boundaries between the past and the present blurred, intertwining their experiences with those of the Romans who once feared and revered the same mysteries. The chapel, a place of solace, transformed into a timeless space where the weight of history bore down on every soul, urging them to confront their own beliefs about what lay beyond. And as the congregation rose to leave, the young woman lingered, eyes on the flickering candles, her heart racing with the realization that the stories of the afterlife, once confined to ancient tongues, now breathed life into her own existence. The echoes of Roman beliefs were not just distant memories. They resonated within her, a reminder of the enduring quest for meaning that connected all who seek to understand the great unknown. This was not the end of her exploration. It was merely a new beginning, a bridge that led her toward the next chapter of her own story, one woven with threads of hope, remembrance, and the timeless dance between life and what lies beyond.